Hey everyone, we are just going live now. So, for those of you that are not 100% on the down low, what's happening today, there is a cEDH tournament next week coming up, and it is called the Best Boi Cup. For those who were around back in March, we had the Marchesa tournament. It is the same group, basically everyone over at our cEDH putting on the tournament. It's going to be another cockatrice tournament, and this is the practice day. So people are going to be jamming some games. As soon as the pods fire, I will be doing coverage on the pods. We have a bunch of people in the chat right now. I know the tournament is being run by Jim Wolfe, who many of you may know from the community. This is sort of his. He's a big cEDH person, so it'd be pretty fun. I think everyone's gonna have a good time. It's gonna be good. It's just a day to help people who haven't really used the Cockatrice client before. It's something to help them basically use the client, get comfortable with it, because if you try to learn a client right before a tournament, it is not a good time. And if people have any questions, concerns, yada yada yada, feel free to throw it up in chat. We are always happy to talk with people. I just gave everyone a little shout out there. I know I'm probably on somewhat of a delay, because that's just how it be sometimes. So yeah, that's about it. Nice. So we are in the waiting game, as they say at the moment. I know the pods are starting to fire, and that will be good. Now let me I gotta go check in with our good friend, the tournament organizer, to make sure that I know the room codes and whatnot. So I'm gonna be quiet for a minute, but I'll be back. Hello, everyone. Still with us. We are just getting the rooms together. Not much apart from that. It is gonna be a good time. There are definitely people in the LFG room right now, which is good. I think there are some pods that are about to start firing. So, as I mentioned, any questions about this tournament, about cEDH tournaments in general, feel free to throw them up in chat, and if not, we will just wait for a game to start. Anyone want to ask anything completely unrelated? We are also open to that. It's nice on a Sunday morning to have a fun stream going on. Anyone in the cEDH Cast Discord, we've done a little promo for this, so hopefully y'all are here and able to have some fun checking this out. I'm just going around, double checking everybody on Discord, seeing how their pods are firing, all that. So for those of you that do not know, Cockatrice is it's a web server that basically allows people to play Magic without having to invest in spending digital money on cards and that you'll never basically be able to see, which is good. It's a nice place to practice cEDH. It's not exactly the easiest to jump directly into, so Cockroach is really good for that. I'm gonna go a little quiet for a second just to try and wait for these pods. Cool. So yeah, great question from Justin in chat. The expected meta for this tournament. So a lot of the r/cEDH players are often the ones that, for any of you who listened to our last episode on mastering the metagame, this is a lot of the people who play in the r/cEDH server. So a lot of the people who play ranked there, or a lot of people who, brew in the practice meta. This is kind of a lot of those decks. What I personally would expect to see in this meta. So as everyone obviously knows, Flash left a sort of a giant divide in our format, and it shaped the meta pretty aggressively. Now with Flash gone, where do we find ourselves is what a lot of people are wondering. And it's not a solved answer, but we do have certain expectations on what is actually there. So I would say we should be expecting a lot of Tymna Thrasios mid-range consult seems to be like the de facto, I think this is a good deck, right? In the same way that Fishhulk was that. Now, what variation you end up playing is a big issue because no one's really figured out a version. I've seen a lot of people try and slot in Hermit Druid piles. I've seen a lot of people try and make it so that medium green is the angle to go on, which is, if I was going to stick myself to a Tymna Thrasio strategy, I know that's personally where I would want to end up. But, it's tough. There's such a hole in the format after Flash left, and it's a great hole, don't get me wrong. It's just it hasn't been filled, which is arguably a very good thing. One deck I'm seeing an absolute overwhelming amount of is Najeela lately. I don't know how much it takes up the r/cEDH meta, but it's just a deck that is very powerful, very low to the ground, very clean, and it relies on not only a commander-based win con, but it also has separate win cons with consultation. So that's a deck I think that is probably the closest to the number one deck in the format going into this, as far as just clean, best at what it does. Now, as I was talking to Brayden about the practice meta a lot, we are seeing a lot of different decks like Paco and things like that, a lot of Tyam, things that people are, the non-standard decks, the decks that people see as the not traditional but still competitive decks. Those definitely can be in this world, and something we're probably expecting to see today. I think, and so for those of you that don't know, I'm also participating in what's called the Nexus Super League. It's over at the cEDH Nexus, and it is a super league where a bunch of content creators are coming together, jamming games for some pretty crazy prizes. And while that's happening, I have been so while the Nexus League has been building up, we've been talking about decks and what to see, and we just actually had the public release of everybody's deck lists as of yesterday. And that was very revealing because a number of people, and I mean a significant amount of people, have been sleeving up Ukima Khazar sort of as one of the decks to go for this tournament. And our team was actually, we had a list brewed up ready to go, and that we actually decided not to. Ukima Khazar also had, I believe, 9 submissions last quarter for the updated debate for the cEDH decklist database. So 9 submissions is huge for a deck. I think a lot of people are really excited about that deck. and they think it's going to be a staple of the format. It is a very aggressive win con. It increases your chances of basically being successful by food chain by, I think Shaper did the math. He said something like 6% because of the, being able to aggressively use things like attained pack, stuff like that, and the fact that you have, once again, the best secondary or primary win condition in your format, consultation, as a backup win con in the deck. That's a pretty good place to be, and it's a pretty good place for your deck to be. And so a lot of people are thinking Ukimakazer has a real place in this format going forward. We are actually, okay, we have a game. Sweet. So let me switch screens right now. All right. So we have a game going, and not only do we have a game going, but we have sort of a cEDH mainstay with Cobblepot in this game, and Anomalous. For those who do not know, Anomalous has been a big person in the r/cEDH community. So we got some good names in this game. I'm very excited for it. So we have our 4 players here: Ask Me How, Batman's, DW, Cobblepot, and Anomalous. I tend to shortcut some of these names, and okay, let's see what we're seeing here. We're seeing Bruce Thrasios from Cobblepot, which makes sense. For those who don't know, I've been working a lot on Evolution, and Cobblepot has been jumping in that Discord lately because of his Advantage Thrasios list. He actually just switched over to playing Bruce as opposed to Akiri, which he was playing for a very long time, but we converted him to the Bruce Tarl train, so that's pretty cool. It's good to see him actually here jamming it, testing the deck at a very nice level. We actually had for those of you who aren't in the Thrasios Incorporated Discord, it is a great place to be, one of my favorite Discords. Braden is also in the chat, so let's just go wild. Yeah. A lot of people, thanks for joining us, cEDH Nexus. Braden's here. And yeah, so luckily my co-host is in chat, but you get to hear my dulcet tones. So as you may see right now, for those of you that are familiar with Cockatrice as sort of a module, what's happening now is the tokens that you see created, people always roll for first, and they create tokens to represent that, and they tap them when they are ready to go. So we are seeing a match between Tymna Thrasios, Bruce Tarl Thrasios, Calamax, and Najeela. Calamax obviously being a new spicy deck, Najeela being the one I kind of called being ready to see today, so gotta get my morning coffee. I am interested to see how this matchup plays out. I think a lot of it really depends on what Anomalous is doing here. Calamax is obviously there to be a grindy deck. The way I've seen them played before is either you use the chord to like end step Chord of Calling, you use Calamax tapped to end step Chord of Calling into something like a Kiki Jiki Splinter Twin combo, obviously. Or not Splinter Twin, but a Kiki Jiki combo with something like Pestermite, which is a way to build the deck. There's also, I've heard a number of people talk about using Calamax as a way to copy cards like Nexus of Fate for a heck lot of infinite turns. Also, being able to copy your own counter spells is pretty powerful, just because, now you're doubling up the interaction. So that's pretty cool. All right, we start off with a Wooded Foothills here from Ask Me How. Okay, cracking their foothills right away. Gonna search their library. It seems there is some sort of delay going on with them. Now, at some point, I may jump into the audio for these players' games just so I can have a clearer idea of what's happening in the game. So if you see me with this little headphone here, I'm not ignoring you all. I'm just trying to figure out what's happening with them. Early Carpet of Flowers. See, this play always is one that I get confused by, because when you display to your opponents early on, turn 1, that you have a Carpet of Flowers without any islands on the battlefield, you kind of give them the free opportunity to play around it. So I tend to, in scenarios like these, I tend to want to sandbag. Okay, so now I have jumped into their chat, so that should help a little bit. We see a Springleaf Drum right away out of Cobblepot, which is a card I've talked to him about a couple times. He thinks it's pretty underrated in these sort of advantage style lists. Just a Command Tower pass from Anomalous. And see, so luckily for Ask Me How, he did get paid off here because Cobblepot did need to play that Tropical Island. So the thing I was talking about did not come to fruition here, but it's something to, pay attention to if, things are moving forward. Just sort of a note for people in the format. Not hearing anything audio-wise from Ask Me How, but we'll see what happens with that. As of right now, Anomalous has just passed their turn. Oh, all right. We seem to be playing something. Now, a lot of the players in these practice pods, people have situations where like microphones won't be with them at the time, so some people will need to basically play games without microphones, which does make it harder in a tournament setting. If you all ever jump into one of these, I definitely suggest it. Well, Shusher early on is it's a pretty good start. Now the best thing about Shusher is that it also cannot be countered, so that's pretty cool. Hear a collective sigh from the table about the Shusher. Okay, but we are definitely getting a resolution from the table. There definitely seems to be some sort of delay between the communications between the players and Ask Me How. Oh, there we go. Okay. And not sure what's happening with the phases of the game at the moment, but it appears that Ask Me How has passed the turn. Okay, so we are already on Batman's main phase. So land up turn as a taiga into a merchant scroll. That's the judge art. Did not recognize that at first. Yeah, I'm interested to see. I always find with tutors this early on in the game that they usually have to have some sort of specific yield to them, and if not, it's best to just save something like this. Thank you, Braden. All right. We should be revealing what the merchant scroll has tutored for eventually. Now, I'm very interested to see how this Calamax deck works. Oh, okay. A Frantic Search is perfectly fine. Which is actually pretty cute with Calamax, because if you get that out, it ends up netting you 3 mana. So that's pretty cool. As opposed to, the free spell just got a lot better. I'm interested to see how this Calamax deck works. It's wow, another island out of Cobblepot. It's not great for the table, especially with a Vexing Shusher. Thrasios is coming into play, and one good thing about... Okay, we have an End Step and Light and Tutor from Anomalous. Cobblepot has passed his turn. One thing interesting about Springleaf Drum is now that is a mana source with every new creature that comes in. It's sort of like if you ever played Standard with vehicles, it creates a similar effect. Oh, okay, it was a Mystic Remora tutored to the top of Anomalous's library. And untapping and playing the Remora. A Force of Negation. Very aggressive out of Batman. Clearly the deck full of instant spells does not want a Mystic Remora around. Anomalous saying, I'm not going to fight over that, implying that there is interaction. Oop. Yep. Reminder that Remora is exiled. I'm very interested to see what Anomalous is doing as far as the list. It's rough being 2 for 1 like that. You enlighten tutor for a fish, only to have it forced. Oh. Yeah, Anomalous saying that they regret not tutoring for training grounds now, given the progression of events. Okay, it is the end of Anomalous' turn. Going to ask me how. It seems that our player there is ask me how is having some connection issues, which does explain sort of the delay between the dialogue and the actions of the game states. Oh, they just restored connection though. They are not in the voice chat, which is quite odd. Unfortunately, sometimes technical issues do come up, and there's not much you can really do about it. hmm. Our players are currently communicating with Ask Me How to try and get that all figured out. Yes, hi, this is Ian. Hello. Yeah, for those of you who have not watched our streams before, yes, I'm Ian. Braden is the one posting aggressively in chat at the moment. And I encourage you to watch some of our streams and videos because Greedy Keeps is a really good series. I'm using my mouth speaking. Braden is the one posting in chat. We're having a little confusion here. Seems that the tapping of mana isn't quite correct. We have 2 black mana being floated and 1 red. But the Bayou can produce 1 because the carpet can only make 2 mana right now because Cobblepot has 2 islands. There's definitely some communication issues happening on this side of the field. Let me check in on this. Chat, if you want me to jump into a different game, that's fine. I just figured we have a couple well-known personalities here in the game, so figured we would be a little patient, wait for this one to resolve. But if you need me to jump games, I'm happy to do some. Yeah, well, Braden, I was trying to not say the word shit posting, but you've already put it in chat, so. All right. All right, we seem to be trying to communicate with our 4th player here. He seems to be putting a plunge into darkness on the stack. Some of the players are using just text to try and. Goodbye, cEDH Nexus. Thank you for having us there. Thanks for joining us. Some interesting stuff happening here. Just explaining the situation to our player. Once again, they don't have voice chat, but they are speaking on the bottom right part of the chat and having a little communication right now. Yeah, Tanner, it's it'll be good to see Cobblepot pilot the list because he certainly talked about it a great amount. The play pattern's very similar to Evolution, just the win conditions are just sort of a sidestep from what we've been working on. But however, we have been talking a lot lately and talking about what sort of win conditions we can be working with, what evolutions his deck is going to be taking, talking about whether he is going to be adding Underworld Breach lines, which are big shifts in his deck. Obviously, the Bruce Tarl switch was a pretty big one. And actually, I believe our own Braden was responsible for finally convincing him on that one. All right, so we have that cleared up. We have 2 black mana being created from Carpet of Flowers, and he's floating 1 green mana with the Bayou. The players are trying to differentiate which mode Plunge into Darkness is being cast for. Can only assume it is the digging half, trying to dig into the library and hopefully find some answers or some progression of the board state. The paying life half. Okay. Okay. Sorry, just trying to adjust my cockatrice settings right now so I have a clear view of the chat. Okay, so the paying life setting. So with the way Plunge in Darkness works, for those who haven't experienced the card yet, you do end up paying life on the resolution of the spell, so it is not paid when the spell is cast. Therefore, if it gets countered, you don't have to pay any life. I hear that's fine from Batman's. Cobblepot, I believe, has not said whether he is responding. Oh, no one is responding to the Plunge into Darkness. Only paying 6 life. It's a pretty modest plunge into darkness as far as that card is concerned. I was very surprised here to not see the Najila, to be honest. I have a feeling Ask Me How is plunging for a land, which is like rough. It's a rough place to be in. To be honest, with the Carpet of Flowers mana, I think I would just be inclined to go for Najila and get that on the board and start pressuring your opponents. Opponents just sort of chatting in the moment while Plunge into Darkness is resolving. I'm going to take my headphone out because they are just going on about nothing related. Yeah, I think there's a chance we could probably talk to Cobblepot about working together. I mean, obviously we've had many conversations with him, as I said, about the evolution thing. So it would make sense to have a chat with the guy. I don't really know what the topic would be at the moment, but yeah, we can definitely have a conversation with him. I wouldn't want to retread on the evolution topic because we've already had a full episode about that, and there's only so much patience we can expect of our audience. I believe people in chat are talking about the new spoiler from M21, the 5/4 dragon that makes treasures when creatures dies. Sure. I wonder if that creature had anything to do with the rules update relating to the commander dies effect. I feel like that card is definitely a new card affected by it. So I wonder if that had anything to do with the rules change by the commander committee. Now the players are discussing what the plunge targets will most likely be. Very slow responses here from Ask Me How. Obviously the connection issues definitely being a thing. I believe we've finally... Okay, there we go. Land drop. There we go. I figured that was happening, but it's good to know. Exotic Orchard, being able to tap for all 5 colors of mana, which is nice because of the opponents with command towers. So that's pretty cool. Even without the command tower, actually, all the lands tap for Sands White, which is not bad. But obviously, command tower makes that line of thought irrelevant. It seems that Ask Me How has tried to trigger Carpet on the second main phase as well, which not quite how that works. All right. Definitely. Yeah, interesting, Braden. The commander that cared about exiling itself. I wonder if that would be a thing. The players here just explaining to Ask Me How that the carpet does not trigger on each main phase. All right, we are passing over to Batman's turn. Hopefully, a lot of this will be cleared up by the time we get back to Ask Me How's turn. All right, and we have the main phase of Batman's. Let's see what happens. Oh, Batman's saying that they are quite happy with their drawing, quote, maybe the best card I could right now. So I'm very excited to see what is coming out of this deck. Could be interesting. So we know Batman's does have the Frantic Search in hand, 5 cards in hand after making that land drop. See what happens. Oh, another carpet. Yeah. Anomalous claiming very, very, very close to Carpet of Lava's Tron right now. Cobblepot joking that we're gonna see a steel enchantment for the other Carpet of Flowers right now. It's kind of funny. I haven't really heard Cobblepot talk on voice chat since the very early Laboratory Maniac days. So it's all right. We are making 2 green mana and casting Calamax the Stormsire. And as I said, next turn that means that this card's popping off, which is pretty crazy. Anomalous is considering whether they are interacting with Calamax. Fine, you can have Calamax is the response here. Yeah, Calamax is going to provide a lot of value over the course of this game. Let's see if it adds up. I'm quite interested to see Batman's implementation of this commander. I wonder if this is a case of someone, brewing Calamax and wanting to bring it into cEDH, or thinking that there is legitimately a line that they think is competitively viable. Oh, okay. Ask Me How finally is on the microphone, so that should help clear up some of these turns. As you may or may not have noticed, down here in the bottom right corner of my screen is all of the information for this tournament, the Best Boi Cup. In Discord, if you look, it's discord.gg/cEDH tournaments. This is the same group, as I mentioned, that set up the Marchesa tournament. This is, it's a really great opportunity to play. It's a really great tournament space. Last time I had a blast. I played with a good friend of mine. And it's just a great time. You get to play some really competitive EDH. It's a free entry. You go for prizes. And as I said, all that information is in the bottom right corner of the screen. So you can check it all out on Discord. Signing up for Cockatrice is super easy too. So. All right, we just have a attack with Rathias and pass from Cobblepot. It seems I'm surprised by that play with the Springleaf Drum on the field, but obviously doesn't need that 3rd mana. So oh yeah, SWAT and Guardianship definitely made decks in the Izzet Shard, or the Izzet color combination have a boost in Teamer. Obviously being that, finally has some really good pieces, especially with Underworld Breach existing. Obviously, Brayden would be promoting Paco right now, but this isn't his stream, so... All right, we have 2 black mana being floated by Ask Me How. I'm very confused by their usage of the floating mana, but we'll figure that out. I don't know if they know what they're floating at the moment. We are in Oh, so I think they're using one green. Cobblepot is clarifying some of this right now with them. Okay. Oh, sorry if you guys hear a ambulance in the background. You know, you can only soundproof your closet so much. Once again, the players just going over the exact way that Carpet of Flowers is working. Sometimes you have to clarify these things, and that's what these practice days are for. This would be very nerve-wracking if this were in the actual tournament, so it's nice that this day exists, so that especially people who either, just want to get some last reps in with the decks, or people who, just need a little bit more experience. It's nice for them to be able to have this opportunity. All right, so we're going to see a Dark Confidant out of Ask Me How, with 2 mana floating, which isn't quite correct. I assume the green mana is the actual floating mana. Okay, well, there's definitely been a discrepancy with the mana here. Yeah, the player's reminding Ask Me How that the Exotic Orchard needs to be. Players just conferring that Carpet of Flowers only gets 2 mana and not 3, which is sort of where the confusion was. Dark Confidant being cast and sacked immediately. Very interesting play. Players just communicating about that right now. Oh, okay. Just clarifying, the players ask me how. Just need clarification that Carpet does only targets a single player, and not the other, not every single island. There we go. Okay, so now the spell has been cast. The Dark Confidant is sacked as part of the cost, which is great. All right, we are all on the same page again. And I think we are just waiting for responses on Diabolic Intent. And it seems that the spell has resolved. So. Anomalous. Anomalous clarifying that they are playing their own mid-range consultation list. It is not 100% updated at the moment, but Anomalous, as some of you may know, is the progenitor of the second list. Obviously, the first one being Braden with his medium green list. So that's pretty cool to have a person who works so hard on these lists. Anomalous also is responsible for one of the brand new Ukimakazo lists that I mentioned earlier with the the 9 submissions. Yeah, I definitely think Najila would have been the appropriate play for last turn. Well, the land has already been played for a turn, so there's a bit of confusion for that. Yeah, okay, once again. Confusion with Carpet, which has not been clarified, unfortunately. I don't know what's happening with that, but we are going over to Batman's turn. Hopefully, gets cleared up a little bit. As I said, that's what these practice days are for. It's a good thing. People are learning. Always a good thing. I'm interested to see what happens with this Calamax here. Or what is that? That is a twinning staff. And I genuinely cannot. Okay, if you would copy a spell one or more times and oh, it's the new copy copier. Okay. So yeah, this artifact allows you to double copy spells. Ooh, you're seeing a submerge at a Cobblepot. Nice hit. Slapping Calamax over to the top of its opponent's library, which is pretty nice. But with Twinning Staff out, we could see double protection here, which is not good for the opponents of Batman's. Yeah, yeah. If Calamax was not removed, Twinning Staff would have made Frantic Search resolve 3 times, which would have been very bad. So it's actually only going to resolve once now, which is... Yep, the opponents are fine with that. Doesn't seem anything super crazy. Once again, if people would like to participate in this tournament, all the information is right below me. It is a great opportunity to flex your cEDH muscles, and during the actual tournament day, you will expect to see a lot of important people in the community. I mean, obviously, a game with Cobblepot and Anomalous is not the exception to that, right? There are a lot of good people here, so interesting to see that. So you probably should have attacked first before the staff, I believe you mean, Braden. Yeah. The attack was after the twinning staff. He went to go to combat, which is when the submerge happened. Cobblepot draws and, if I'm not correct or I'm not mistaken, sighs pretty heavily. So I assume that means that there is no third land. Missed the land drop 2 turns in a row, which is not great. We're seeing a green Sun Zenith for X equals 2. So for those of you that don't know, with Disadvantage Thrasios list, the fact that he's missing land drops is real bad. The whole point of the deck is to get to that 4 mana so that Thrasios can be broken, basically. I assume he's getting a Bloom Tender. Or a Biomancer's Familiar, Anomalous thinking. I think priority is all the way back to Batman's. So we'll see what happens there. Could be a very interesting play here. I think Cobblepot's really just trying to remove himself from this very bad position. Braden in chat saying, "Sab, we're gonna see Calamax and not Twin Cast." That's pretty spicy. Now, if Anomalous wants to counter the Green Sun Zenith, it will actually copy both, or it will actually counter every stack or card on the stack. So we are actually going to see 2 copies of Twin Cast. So Green Sun Zenith, X equals 2 times 2 from Batman's, which was pretty cool. I'm all about it. This is one thing you notice when you play against these fair deck matchups. A lot of the time, cards like Twin Cast, which against certain decks are not great. In this circumstance, they actually are pretty darn good. Just grabbing a Dryad Arbor off the first one, which I'm a little surprised by. I would expect the deck to have a couple more value creatures. Still can't believe I'm seeing a Twinning Staff on the board and it paying off almost immediately. That's hilarious. Yeah. A table like this could definitely get punished by an early ad nauseum, but everyone has decided to grind the value. Hey, Jim in chat. We have Jim Wolfie in chat, who is the wonderful person responsible for this event. So everyone in chat, say hello to Jim. And oof, we see an oof. Yeah, that's Very interesting to see the non-bow between Twinning Staff and Collect Roof. However, like, how often are you really paying the 7 mana into Twinning Staff's ability? Yep, Bloom Tender, which is what I thought. Cobblepot just needs mana. I would not be surprised to see a land Bruce Tarl here, just so that that Bloom Tender can get to that 4 mana. But we'll see what happens with Cobblepot's turn. Right now, it only taps for 2. Anomalous End Step cracking the Windswept Heath. Oh, actually, this is the main phase of Anomalous's turn. Just double check that. Let's see here. Yep, Tymna, classic play. Yeah, and Cobble's getting booped so that Anomalous can get some draw. You can only escape Tymna and Thrasios for just so long. Man, Braden, you are all this chat right now. Not good from Anomalous hearing, quote, "This is exactly what I feared." So clearly the Tymna draw was not one that behooved them. It seems like we are in Ask Me How's turn at the moment. Carpet of Flowers trigger is on the stack, and hopefully this time around we will be clear on how that's going to go. Yeah, so the Frantic Search allowed Batmans to pick up their Calamax. Yeah, that'd be super bad if it got shuffled away. All right, just seeing a main phase Demonic Consultation out of Ask Me How. Okay. But with no Carpet of Flowers mana floating? Okay. So it seems we're backing up to... Okay, we're floating the mana. There we go. Okay. All right, now we're doing the Demonic Consultation. Okay, wonder what it names here. Well, obviously priority has resolves. Batman's no responses, Cobble no responses, and Anomalous no responses. I'm very interested to see what gets named off of this consultation. Do we have any clarity on what was named? Players asking for the named card. Yeah, clearing up the fact that this is not Tainted Pact, because with Tainted Pact you can just keep flipping, right? But with Demonic Consultation you do need to name the card you are looking for. Okay, just backing up a little bit. What is happening? All right, they're just clearing up. Yeah, I assume that the individual just mixed it up with Tainted Pact, which is unfortunate. The players are trying to figure it all out right now. Kind of. Sorry, I'm just listening. Cobblepot just asking the player to drop the name in the chat so that the spell can resolve. But one of the players mentioned that the Demonic Constellation got shuffled back into the library, so we are in a bit of a mess at the moment. But the player is working to assist Ask Me How and figure the card out. Unfortunately, these things happen sometimes. Okay, so Tainted Pact was the card named off of Consultation. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so Tainted Pact is the named card. The Demonic Consultation. is in the library. Huh. Yeah, sometimes you get in weird situations and stuff happens. Yeah, probably from the experience of the game so far, I would just assume that the players knew, and things need to be taught when people are learning the format. Luckily, we have Cobblepot and Batman's and Anomalous here being very patient and explaining the progression of events. Cobblepot doing a great job of, working with the players. 5, 6. All right, we do not see a Tainted Pact. Taking the 6, put him in exile, and then we're going to keep flipping. Nope, that was 6. One of the players thought they counted 5. It was definitely 6 cards. Yep, okay. Eladamri's Call being exiled, Hallowed Fountain being exiled, Pyroblast, Wild Growth, Llanowar Elves, Tropical Island, Bloodstained Mire, Watergrave. That was put in the graveyard, the Mox Diamond was. There we go. Oakham Adversary, Underground, Sea, Silence, Badlands, Nature's Will, Rhystic Study, Fierce Guardianship, Cyclonic Rift, Mystical Remora, Gitaxian Probe, Windswept Heath, Mystical Tutor, Force of Will, Dockside, Flooded Strand, Arid Mesa, Doman's Veto, Rest in Peace, Bird's Paradise, Verdant Catacombs. Just gonna keep going. Imperial Seal, Misty, Derevi. All of the win cons are just gone. Mana Drain, Noble Hierarch, Swan Song, Ponder. Oh gosh, this is backfiring so badly. The player is definitely pointing out the downside of this pretty aggressive play. Flipped over a Soul Ring. Yeah. Okay. Soul Ring, Tundra, Mana Compliments, City Brass. Oh my gosh. Lotus Petal, Mitzvah Step, Deflecting Swat. Oh my gosh. Utopia Sprawl, Marsh Flats, Tainted Pact. There we go. Wow. Wow. Down to 20 cards in library. And no win conditions basically. Let's check it out here, chat. We got Derevi. We got Nature's Will. Tainted Pact in hand. Consultation in yard. Thoracle was not flipped, so I'm thinking there may be, call me crazy, a Thassa's Oracle in the hand. What is happening now? Oh, okay. Just nothing's changed. Players talking about the win conditions in the Calamex deck. Yeah, Najila beats. Yeah, I have to say this is definitely the first demonic consultation naming Tainted Pact I've seen. The only other time I think I've seen it once before, and that was in my Ukima Kazur food chain deck. I think I tried that, and that was just to set up. No, because even then I didn't. No, I consulted for a food chain. It's pretty good. Yeah, I guess hypothetically they could be on Druid's repository still. So, hey, Anomalous. You're watching your own game. That's fun. Yeah, luckily I cannot see hands, so screen, what do they call it? Whatever. Oh yeah, stream sniping is, it's not a possibility. All right, we're in the second main phase. The mana has floated away, and we're passing the turn. Okay. All right, we're going to Batman's turn. It's absolutely my favorite thing to say. Screen names I have no idea how to pronounce. we are getting a Carpet of Flowers trigger here. The maximum is still 2 from Cobblepot. Chat, yeah. Really just tearing Anomalous a new one for not stream sniping. Oh, okay. Anomalous being a mod and on the Tricid Discord server. Was not sure about the exact details. Just knew he was a big community person. You tell him, chat. We just have a Calamax and Calapass. That doesn't work with Thrasios Passios. That's Oh, Batman's is down to 1 card in hand. That is definitely a factor. I feel like that is a factor of that deck. I feel like it just explodes and then does nothing for a bit. Oh, Anomalous, not a mod. Gotcha. Have a Sylvan Library coming down from Cobblepot. So we have the Thrasios, and we're starting to see the advantage. Starting to get the the deck name. Interested to see what Cobblepot does with their turn. Okay, Ask Me How has made a priority token, so that should help at least a little bit. Cobblepot leaving up 3 mana, which is not where you want to be with the deck. You want to at least be able to leave up the 4 to be able to activate Thrasios. We have a double swing in here with Tymna and Thrasios to proc those Tymna draws. All right, we are moving to Anomalous's end step. Not really a lot coming out from their deck. Just sort of playing a very fair game of Magic right now. Played 2 commanders and passed. Back to Ask Me How's turn. Interested to see if that Tainted Pact gets used. I wonder if there's a land and Thassa's Oracle coming down. And we have, once again, the Carpet of Flowers trigger. In the main phase, it seems to have been missed, but hopefully we can retroactively fix that. No game actions have been taken, so I would be very surprised if we're not just going to back it up. I'm assuming this is I have a Thassa's Oracle in play line that's going on here, but even then, or in hand, sorry, I don't know why you would console for the Tainted Pact. Interested to see what's going to happen here. And Ask Me How's turn. Oh, we've actually got a wow, we got a lot of people watching this game. It is myself and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other people. So apparently it's a popular game, everybody. It's not just us. Along with, obviously, everyone here watching the stream and everyone in chat. Including those playing the game. Shout out to Anomalous. I've done something terribly, terribly wrong with my cockatrice setup, and I don't know how to fix it. Oh, there we go. Hey, just as I say I don't know how to fix it, I fixed it. Sinistra teasing Anomalous in chat to Anomalous in chat harassing being harassed by Sinistra. Some good stuff going on. Not sure what's happening with Ask Me How. Haven't we're on the main phase of their turn and no game actions have been taken. Anomalous also trying to figure out what is happening. All right. Well, while we wait for that, players, once again, always happy to answer the questions that are eating at chat's brain. Hello, Christoph in chat. So yes, this Best Boy Cup will be happening on the client you see in front of you, Cockatrice. So super easy download. And it's a pretty, competitive EDH is a complicated format. And having a client that can even support it is kind of nice, and a free client is also really nice. So people jump on Cockatrice. It's not the most intuitive when you first start, but it is pretty. It's pretty helpful when you jump in and actually play. As I said, all of that information right down there below my face. You can see it. All the information for the tournament being run by Jim Wolfie, who's a great community person. Not sure if he's still in the chat, but it's a great opportunity for people to flex their competitive EDH muscles. As you can see, we have some pretty, some reasonably large names of the community, Anomalous and Cobblepot in this pot. So it's pretty exciting stuff. I will be participating in the actual tournament, which is why I'm doing coverage today and not during the tournament. Also, don't want my stream sniped, so that is something you kind of gotta, unfortunately, worry about in these circumstances. So I will be playing, will not be. Oh, sweet. Building Corvold Berry Chain. I actually, I was mentioning earlier I'm in the Nexus tournament, and someone just sleeved up that list. And I'm very excited to see that list go off. And I believe it's just the animate deadlines with Villis and Razakath, and it should be pretty exciting. We have a Fire Covenant on this stack. Cobblepot has priority at the moment. See a reasonable amount of life paid into it. Just got so excited talking to y'all, chat. Let's see how much x equals 14 is the distribution there. Cobblepot's saying I have no responses. Ask me how I'm having trouble hearing the players, but everyone is putting their spells into the graveyard. So that resolves. It's pretty big tempo play there to be able to wipe your opponent's entire board and leave your own perfectly fine, which is, I mean, at the moment, just a Vexing Shusher, but, there's no such thing as just a Vexing Shusher. Yeah, Corvold has some pretty spicy stuff with Buried Alive. And the Mayhem Devil Dockside lines are pretty hot, too. Christoph asking about the new M21 cards. Braden is very excited for the new pay half your life sorcery. I think it's pretty exciting. It's also really cool with a card that I really like called Overmaster, so I may be trying that out in Croxa. It's a hell of a greedy card and it's sorcery speed, but if you grab like a Beseiju or something, you can make something happen. Once again, it's pretty cute and hella risky, but you never know, you could see something happen. Someone the other day was talking about some cute stuff you can do with the new dog cat commander if you get an Illurin and a white mane lion out. That's infinite 1/1 dog tokens. It's not good, but it's definitely fun, and I think it has the the opportunity to be something akin of Hippo Hulk. I think infinite doggos is kind of a meme enough that I think if someone put a lot of work into it, they could have a very entertaining deck on their hands. Veto, no, I'm not sure what you're referring to by that. From the new set. I am personally thrilled that there is a Grim Tutor reprint, because that card's awesome. And it sees play in very fringe decks and was worth way too much money for what it actually does. So the fact that it's going to drop from like a $200 card to probably realistically around $30 if you get some time. We just have a draw pass from Batman's, heading over to Cobblepot's turn. But the Grim Tutor reprint's really, I think, just good for the format in general. So I'm very excited about that one. And it's probably going to save some people some money. I've wanted one for Croxa for a very long time. Just could not justify that ridiculous purchase. Yeah, the Sanguine Bond creature is like fine. It's an interesting. It's nice that it's a one card combo in your command zone. So like, it doesn't actually seem that hard to proc. I'm interested to see what happens with it. We're on Cobblepot's turn here. He seems to have taken 4, so I believe that means 2 cards. Yeah. Grim Tutor reprint. Really, I can't stress enough how excited that makes me. I've wanted the card for a little bit, but once again, just $200 for a card that was printed once seems ridiculous. Although, I do love me a white border, so it's gonna be a little sad not to pick it up. Card that's just called Veto. Yeah, Children of Corliss does seem pretty good. All right. End step, the Verdant Catacombs is so Cobblepot just took 4 and then passed. Also has 8 cards in hand, so that's not good. I cannot type in chat at the moment though, because my computer is being wonky. Okay. Sorry guys, had to adjust the side. Swan Song in response to the Volt, which is a Dovin's Veto response after that. Okay. Limb Duels is resolving. Yeah, Imperial Seal is definitely one of those cards. At least at least it's a lot more ubiquitous than Grim Tutor, right? Like it like feels better in that sense. Like almost every single deck is playing it, whereas Grim Tutor is like 3 mana, 3 life. Like it's like your 5th best tutor. Okay. We're still digging deep with these piles from. Oh, and so Cobble actually ends up using the Swan Song so that there is no cleanup necessary, because once again this was on the end step of Cobblepot's turn. Batman's declaring that there is something that they would like to do post Limb Duel's Vault, still on end step. Yeah. Alright, yeah, I was looking up this Veto card because I'm not sure what it does. Oh, Veto is the Sanguine Bond commander. I see. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. Players talking about spoils of the vault. Not really sure how that came up, but all right, players just chatting at the moment. For some reason the chat dialogue is, as I said, not popping up for me. It's a little odd. But what are you gonna do? Veto of the Duskers. Ah, I see. Yeah. The Sanguine Bond commander. It's gonna be interesting. I think so. It's one of those things where the commander itself is. What's the CMC of that card? I'll take a peek for it right now. Veto, MTG. So it is a. It's a 3 mana spell, which is pretty nice. Whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. I forget which half of the combo that is, but 5 mana to give everything control lifelink, which is like, it's like terrible, but like at the same time, it's nice to have a way to proc the combo in your command zone. Sanguine Blood. I see. So it is the Sanguine Bond half. Yeah, the Exquisite Blood would be the other half of it. I don't know. It could be interesting. Yeah, I definitely think it could be a fringe deck. Anytime you have the colors that can tutor the best in the format, you have a commander that's relatively mana efficient. It's you need to basically. Now, having blue obviously is not great, but the tutors definitely at least give you a leg up. The plan B of the deck is interesting. Okay, so we have Winds of Rebuke targeting the. Okay, so interesting. The Force of Will targeting, and then a Flusterstorm targeting the Force. Interesting. I do not know why the players are fighting over Ask Me How's carpet. It's very strange to me. Everyone's milling their 2 from Winds of Rebuke. Huh. That is a very strange series of events. I really don't know why the players fought over that. The new mono white creature from M21, it's fine. I think it's really awesome that mono white has a commander with card draw attached to it. Like that's four mana Thrasios from Anomalous. Ask Me How is tapping mana. I'm not really sure what for. Oh, because they are correcting where they are in the turn state. The information for the June Best Boi Cup, Russell, is right below me. You can look, it's right there. This is all from the announcement. If you want, I can post the actual picture in chat. This is all from Jim Wolfe, who is the gentleman who came up with the event. So let me go find it. Going over to the announcement page. Copy that right now. Oh, I already saved this earlier. What am I doing? Silly. I do have to copy it because it is really, it's blurry for you? All right, let me see what I can do about that. Copying the link, putting it in chat. All right, that should be that, Russell. Tell me if that does or does not work for you. Okay, back to the game. Sorry about that, chat. I just want to give everyone the information, make sure they can use it. All right, so we have Mana Crypt coming down here from Ask Me How on their turn. Very interesting. Yeah, unfortunately, that is the graphic that I got from the announcement. Yeah, so, but if you guys want, you can click on the link that I just posted above. All right, awesome. Great to know. If you want more specific details, but everything, pow, right down below. All right, we have the second main phase Tainted Pact going on. I really have no idea what's, or is this... This is still the first main phase, So I assume the plan here is to exile the remainder of the library. Huh. I guess I have no idea. Yeah, I assume the rest of the library is being exiled and then going to second main phase, making 2 blue and playing Authorical. Brainstorm, Delay, Polluted Delta, Mindblade, Veil of Summer, Volcanic Island, Elves of Deep Shadow, Abrupt Decay, Gromox, Taiga, Ad Nauseam, Drannith Magistrate. Ad Nauseam accidentally got sent to the graveyard, but it's in exile. It's fine. Waterlog Grove? What is going on? It seems that Ask Me How is thinking about Drannith Magistrate? Which, oh, okay. I see. So I believe there is enough devotion right now. No, there's not enough devotion. Oh yeah, I guess there's enough devotion exactly right now um, to win with Thoracle, which is kind of crazy. Cause I don't know. That just seems like a very risky play. Oh, okay. There's a carpet trigger in the stack, but Ask Me How is rushing. Okay, we are sort of passing through stuff. But Batman's is responding right now. Chain of Vaporing. Okay. Anomalous is telling Batman's to hold on to the Chain of Vapor because that will actually stop the Thassa's Oracle win. So, not responding to the trigger. I think going back to chat, Mardu, there is a really interesting Bruce Tarl and Timna deck that actually like does pretty well. There's a Mardu farm deck that a lot of people really enjoy. I've seen some stacks lists, but I think the farm list is probably the more cohesive of those. In the Nexus Super League, you're gonna if you end up watching that stream, there is someone playing a Mardu farm deck that is also a turns deck, which is pretty crazy. It plays a lot of like the 2 red, take an extra turn. If at the end of that turn you lose effects, and it plays cards like Gideon in the Trials and Sundial the Infinite that make it so that trigger does not happen. It's a pretty spicy deck. I suggest you check it out. I'm gonna try and get the link to that later. Okay, so Batman's is targeting their own carpet of flowers, sacking. Oh, I see here. Okay, so because Batman's is copying the spell, Twinning Staff actually triggers. So Chain of Vapor, the copy is both. There's one copy targeting Thassa's Oracle and one copy targeting Sylvan Library. Interesting. So this is a temporary fix to the Thassa's Oracle problem. Ask Me How does still untap on their next turn with the ability to just play a Thoracle and win. So the players have to be aware of that. There's a pretty spicy play with Batman's with the copy effect there. I'm very interested in that. Yeah, twinning staff quite spicy right there. The player's talking about ram through for some reason right now. The Nexus Super League, it will be on Twitch. I will happily post the link to the streams and stuff like that closer to the actual announcement date and stuff like that. The first week is actually next Saturday. I will not be competing because in the first week because I will be doing this, the Best Boi Cup. But my teammates who are higher and friend of the show, Matt, will be competing next week. So I will definitely put those links in our Discord. For those of you that aren't on our Discord yet, I will post the link here in chat. And that's where we post like literally every announcement we have about the stuff we're doing. So let me invite. Alrighty. Chat, let me throw you that link. Here we go. Yeah, definitely the sequencing of the game has been quite interesting. We are seeing a Pact of Negation now. Ask Me How has lost connection to the game again. Not really sure what this Pact of Negation was originally targeting. I assume it would have been the copy of Chain of Vapor that was targeting Thassa's Oracle. Huh. Okay, well, chat, while they're figuring all this stuff out, let me talk to you. Yeah, Ask Me How it's disconnected, right? This is the second main phase, Jim. Yeah, interesting turn of events here. Sometimes, unfortunately, when connections are a bit rough, we have a little trouble, keeping the game as cohesive as some people would want it to be. But these things happen. The Netflix series? I have no idea. If anyone in chat happens to know the answer to that question, I have zero. Cobblepot right now trying to communicate with Yeah, George, I know they countered or they already put the Thoracle in hand. I think there was just some confusion with that whole thing. We'll figure it out as the game goes along. As I said, this is a time to ask questions in chat, so what's eating up chat's mind? What are y'all thinking? Yeah, we got the whole game in here now. We have both Anomalous and Cobblepot in chat. What's up, guys? All right, everybody. Well, the internet is a fickle thing, and if we could play in paper, I think we would, but times are the way they are. So, but yeah, no, Cobble. I think that's kind of we have that sort of same idea that he was attempting to counter the copy. So, take on the new. Oh well, let me start off with Christov's. Or no, I can go to Sickard first. Anomalous, yeah, I guess so. So the new Adnaz is pretty cool. I think it's a really good card. The fact that Cobble actually mentioned this yesterday. The fact that it doesn't kill you ever is kind of nice. Like Adnaz, sometimes you have to dig so hard that it does. The sorcery aspect of it and the mana cost are rough. Okay. Let's get back into the game. We see Thassa's Oracle still on the battlefield. So I believe the Pact is copying the copy of Chain of Vapor targeting the Thassa's Oracle. Okay. Cool. Farm decks. So farm decks were sort of originated, I believe, in the Finnish meta, or at least they've been perfected there. The point of a farm deck is basically to use cards like Timna to gain a bit of life and just have like 0 CMC in your deck, basically, so that you're flipping over 40, 50 cards when you cast Ad Nauseam and winning from there. So that's the basic point of a farm deck. The turns one is definitely a little spicier. Okay. All right, we have the chains on the target. We have the Pact of Negation. All right, the player is just trying to get the clarification on what the Pact of Negation is targeting. Okay. For those in chat who have just popped into the Discord, welcome. All right. Oh, now we are losing Batten audio. Yikes. Oh, no, there we go. Never mind. Okay, so the pact is on the stack, targeting the Chain of Vapor copy. Okay, we're all on the level here. Cobblepot, Anomalous, and Batman's have all passed on it. Uh-oh, the game might be over right now. Okay, interesting. So what's going to happen here is that Sylvan Library is getting bounced, which gives Cobblepot the opportunity to unfortunately sack one of his 2 lands and bounce the Oracle. Oh, player's just talking through the line. Yep, so the pact is resolving, countering the copy. Okay. So Sylvan Library is the target here. The players are just trying to work this out because the stack's a little complicated at the moment. Cobble deciding, I mean, basically he has to bounce the library here or else they lose the game. So it's not a great position for anybody to be in. Okay. Players are just going through the stack right now. Valakut ad nauseum. That's spicy. Yeah. Depends on what version of farm you play. It depends on what style you go for. Cobblepot explaining what's happening here with the Chain of Vapor. I think Ask Me How is not aware of the Twinning Staff's interaction with Chain of Vapor here, so that's getting hashed out in chat at the moment. So chat, while I have you all here, while we're waiting on this interaction to clarify itself, what's everybody been playing in the post-Flash world? I know, obviously, if you've been watching our content, you can hear Braden and I talk about Paco and Evolution and all that stuff until our lips fall off. What's everyone else been playing? I know a lot of people have been jumping on Ad Naz. I actually, Christoph, I do play Hushwing Griff in Heliod stacks. I play the primer list right now, and that plays Hushwing Griff in there, which is it's a pretty nice card in that deck. Yeah, I mean, apart from that, like, and Hushbringer actually too. Yeah, it's one of those decks where it's very hard for people to play that and not get hurt by it itself. Yeah. Anomalous bootleg medium green is still pretty good. Both copies on Oracle, but this way Cobble has returned. Yeah, so having if ugh, swearing in chat, Anomalous. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I think actually targeting Cobblepot Sylvan Library definitely gets him out of this game. Yeah, Ukima Kazir has been a deck I've also been working on. Anomalous and I have talked a bit about my my crazy Hermit Druid version. You guys may have seen that on stream before. I don't know if we're at the point where we can start going through this yet. Unfortunately, we're still having Anomalous the second library. Yeah, it seems like Anomalous is getting out of this situation pretty easily compared to Cobblepot, who's getting Kind of getting kneecapped here, which is unfortunate. We appreciate having you in chat, Anomalous. Don't listen to Sinestra. Yeah. No, no. Okay. Brayden, what are you talking about? They banned your boy. Okay, players going through the stack at the moment. Why am I being banned? Sinestra, what? Oh, free loot tree. Okay. I definitely didn't buy a loot tree when the companion rules changed, just in case they unbanned it. That would be crazy. That would be something crazy that I would have done, hypothetically speaking. I don't think Paradox Engine's being freed anytime soon, guys and girls. I just don't think it's happening. Oh. Anomalous, I believe you have me in the background because I can hear myself. Oh yeah. Yeah, Lutri, you've died for the sins of research and development. Okay. So Oracle is officially being bounced by Sylvan Library. Or by the copy that hit Sylvan Library. Callback sacked the land, copied it. That's as Oracle trigger resolves. Devotion in blue is 0, so we have no win condition. So we are back to the second main phase. All right. Sorry about that game stuff, guys. If I could control it, I would. That's a great question, Playam. I think Gifts Ungiven is one of the more fair cards on the ban list at the current moment. All right, are we finally over to Batman's turn? Wow. Wowie wow. Crazy stuff. When this game is over, chat, I will definitely keep the stream running, and I will have a game pulled up in the background, but I will just step away from my computer for a minute to, be a human being. We have a Carpet of Flowers by Batman's. Seems good. Cobblepot said he is stepping away for a moment, but is passing priority. Not a great position for a Cobble in this game. Sorry for those who came to see his deck go off. That is not what has happened so far. Jim's really going off about Lutri in chat. Anomalous, we would love to have you chilling in chat. This is over. We have Carpet Flowers. Seems to be resolving. For those of you who've been watching a lot of our videos lately, we've been really using the the living card animation from Jeffrey Palmer of the Baleful Strix, because it's one of his few animations that just kind of go back and forth. It's kind of funny, actually. Yeah, Cobble got Cobble got blasted pretty hard here, and Anomalous kind of got out of it scot-free. So I would not be surprised to see a sneaky win coming out of that deck. Thing with these consultation mid-range decks is sometimes they can just play a Thassa's Oracle and win the game. Cobblepot is targeting a Noxious Revival to get his fetch land back on top of his library, which, for those of you who've been playing this format long enough, know that is not a play you are excited to make. But yeah. Oh, we may see a response to the Noxious Revival targeting the Polluted Delta, just because apparently we really like kicking Cobble while he's down, y'all. Yikes. It's never great when you see somebody in these positions. We have the Noxious targeting the Delta. We're at the end step of Bat's turn. Okay. Players may be having responses to this, so they are... Okay. So they're just passing priority. So Noxious Revival, putting Polluted Delta on top. Okay. I'm glad we are not just sort of kicking him while he's down. There's a certain point where, Braden and I talked about this on our politics episode, you know, hurting an opponent when they're in this situation, when there are other opponents who are, I mean, Ask Me How is literally going to try and win on their next main phase. So like kicking Cobble while he's down seems really, 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 really bad. Cobble just playing Sylvan Library, trying to scrape back into this game. Anomalous is making a copy of Thrasios right now to indicate the commander damage they've taken. Not that I feel like Thrasios damage is the most relevant. Silence on the upkeep. Wow, did I call it, chat, or what? Yikes. I had a feeling it would go something like this. Oh, one thing to note about Ask Me How's turn is actually the Pact trigger will prevent... no, because they would pay for the Pact, and then Carpet of Flowers in the main phase would make 2 blue for the that circle. Narset's Reversal. Ooh, that is a spicy, spicy play. I am all about this. Wow, what a play. What a play. So everyone knows when we hit an hour and 40 minutes, the match will be over, and we are getting close. They get 1 additional turn after that. Okay, so players discussing. So the silence has gone into effect from the Narset's Reversal copy. Anomalous. Poking Cobble with Thrasios, sure. Seems good to not give up free value. All right. So a silence is being cast on Lonely, or Ask Me How's upkeep. In response to the Mana Crypt trigger, in response to the Pact of Negation trigger, we have silence. Make sure it should be paying a life for a Pact of Negation. There we go. No, okay, so the players seem to be confused about the Carpet of Flowers mana. It does not allow to pay for the Pact. I think there's... Yeah. Nope, triggers in the main phase. Oh. Hmm. Jim's trying to explain to me how the ties are resolved. I'm not quite understanding. Uh, in this game. Oh, so that is... They are in turns now. Oh, Jim is explaining the rules right now. Oh, okay. There is actually a posted way to do this. So, chat, let me go over there now. So when time is called, you get one turn cycle, and then when it gets that player, you do. You have 100 points minus your deck size plus the number of cards on the field to determine the winner. Okay. Players just talking about whether there was any responses to the silence, which there were not. All right. Interesting. All right. So silence has resolved. We are passing through Ask Me How's turn. There's no way that spells can be cast. Apparently no land drops. So if we go to a tie here, Batman's just passes the turn as well. Okay, going right to Cobble's turn. I have a feeling Anomalous has a chance of just snagging it here. Cobble just taking 8. No time like the present, as they say. Yeah, this is a very Thrasios game. I think the most Thrasios game I've ever seen was definitely the Braden and I were casually competitive the other day, and the video they just released on Friday was just Braden and I Thrasiosing so many times. Yeah. Hello. Greetings to everyone in chat. Um, what is happening in chat? What are you guys talking about? Yeah, silence can definitely, yes. Cobblepot is playing advantage. Thrasios has taken, as they say, a wrench to the kneecap a few times. Cobblepot casting a Drannith Magistrate. Not really sure what that's gonna do in our last turn here, but it's gonna be interesting. Unfortunately for the other players, Ask Me How seems to be in the position to win here, because as I said, it is 100 minus deck size, plus permanents on the battlefield. Pact negation for Cobblepot. With no ability to pay it, but there's no next turn, so I guess that makes sense. Weird spot for that. It's kind of definitely a weird middle ground of how much that is I mean, you're playing for the draw right now, right? Which is what they are going for, but definitely a weird place as a cEDH player. Players just figuring out the end of game rules on what's going to happen here. They So the players missing the post from Jim when time is called, they get one cycle once again, and then the math equation of 100 minus deck size plus cards in the field. So just clarification for the players there. According to the math, it seems like Ask Me How would be like a pretty clear winner here because they start with 99 points and then they get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 105 points compared to the other players. Yeah, seems good. Yeah. The tie rules are a little interesting to me because they seem to really aggressively favor those playing consultation. So I'm interested to see if these will be the actual tie rules of the tournament. Cause that's not. It's rough, right? Because you want to exile more of your library towards the end of that tie. Oh, so Anomalous is thinking about just casting consultation to have it so that their library is 0. I see. So Anomalous is thinking about whether to do a consultation. Very interesting. Anomalous is discussing the Anomalous is casting Consult Naming Swan Song. Deciding to not really go for the abuse of the system here and let's see. Yeah, so interesting. So Anomalous casting Demonic Consultation, naming Abandon Hope, a card not in Anomalous's library. Gonna go to the tiebreaker at the end of the turn and probably going to win because of the point values with 0 cards in deck and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 permanents on the battlefield. Anomalous will have 106 points to Ask Me How's 105. So that will be the determining factor of the game. Just a interesting tiebreaker here. Anomalous really struggling with the implications of using the rule to its maximum capability. But as I said, it seems like an interesting rule and one that heavily favors consultation decks. So if you are participating in this tournament, it seems like you have an innate advantage just by being able to exile most of your library at any time. Interesting. Well, we'll see how it plays out, and if this is going to be the rule hanging over into next week. And almost no. I know, not realizing that they have one more point. For those in chat asking about where to find the cEDH Nexus, I will throw a link in chat for that right now. Copying it, and let's go throw it in chat right now. All right. Okay, well, so the game is over. I believe Anomalous wins on the tiebreaker. Okay. So yeah, the players are just discussing it right now. Sorry, I'm listening to them. So there is a tiebreaker, and Anomalous wins by 1 point on that tiebreaker. So that's pretty crazy. All right, we are gonna jump over to the Between Games screen because I am in need of a small break. I will be back within the next 2 minutes, and I will find us another game, and we will cover that. NO mentioning that they would like to talk with Jim about that rule. So that is happening right now. All right, as I said, I'm gonna go pop out for but a moment, everybody, and then I will catch you in a bit. Hello, everyone. I am back. I am going to find us a new game to jump into. Let's see here. Checking the Cockatrice server right now. Let's follow Cobblepot, see if they're in a game. no games for Cobble at the moment. All right. Let's see. Any games going on? All right, chat. While we're looking around, how is everybody doing? Just checking in on y'all. Dropped a couple people. All right. Hey, chat. So right now you should be hearing myself and Braden. Braden, say hi.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, okay. So we are finding another game to jump into. Server timed out. Yeah, of course it did, because I'm not playing games, silly. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got?
I sleeped up Paco yesterday. It's looking
That's
beautiful.
pretty fun. All right. Batman's is in another game, so let's go check that one out. The game doesn't exist anymore. Hey. Oh, because they changed the name. Oh,
It's the name of
I
the game.
just joined as a player. Maybe I should join as a spectator, huh?
I mean, that's a strategy.
It's
It's a
just it is just
practice.
practice cEDH game one.
Cool.
They only seem to have one player in there at the moment and like 8 spectators.
There's another one that just got created
Gotcha.
that's filling up right now. It's practice cEDH one boy.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go watch some more Cobblepot. I want to see his deck do his thing.
I don't, but only because I want Medium Green to maintain its status as the best breedy Thrasios deck, and Cobblepot's continuous brewing has put that at risk.
Well, it's still a step away from evolution. So,
Yeah, it's like a baby between the two decks.
yeah, I definitely say that. It's definitely more aggressively focused on just value. All right, seems we have 2 players in Cobblepot's game right now. Braden, what were your thoughts working on watching the first game right now? Or well,
Uh, I thought there were a lot of punts, to be honest.
sure. I think the internet connection definitely had a part of that. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I think, like, to be honest, I think the game would have gone pretty differently if the Najeela player had played the Najeela on turn two.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
they would have had the Dark Confidant in play, and they would have had an Agile in play and be able to stack one of the tokens to the diabolic intent,
Right. That's exactly. I was
uh,
thinking the same thing. Yeah.
which is the probably the correct thing to do. But the interesting thing is that Anno had a Reap in hand, and
Mm-hmm.
Anno would have been able to like consult for Thoracle, and then Reap back the consult, and then go for the win maybe a little bit earlier.
Right. Right.
So um, you know stuff like that. But for the most part, I think that just would have made the game go in a very different direction.
Right. I agree.
I'm not sure that the game would have ended differently. I just think the game would have, you know, Anno would have been able to be a little bit more aggressive. I think Anno also the other thing I noticed was the tutor for Mystic Remora.
Yeah.
I think that was probably incorrect, having played a lot of that deck. Uh, the turn two Timon is like perfectly fine, and then having enough mana to play the Thrasios on turn two, hold up interaction, then on turn four you can actually activate Thrasios a couple times maybe. So those are some things I noticed from that game.
Yeah. I agree. I agree.
The Narcissus Reversal and Silence was very powerful.
That was pretty spicy. Yeah.
Yeah, that was sick.
Cobblepot seems to be the only one ready to up right now, but the room is built and we do have all four players, so that's good at least.
Yeah, it looks like Azuril is playing. Azuril I get to play with quite often.
Azuril
He's
is
very
a frequent cEDH player. Am I not incorrect there? Right?
Yeah, he is. Uh, I'd say he's like pretty good. I
I,
can't
I
honestly.
I believe I played with him a good amount during the Marquesa tournament. I played a couple games.
Oh, it looks like the game's starting up.
Hey, game starting up. All right, let me switch my screen over to that.
Currently, looks like Cobblepot's winning the die roll.
Oh, very nice. Cobblepot being the die master the past
Ooh,
couple
there's a
games.
Jared.
Wow, Gerard
He went to
Gogart and
Jared.
Anya.
It is
Okay.
2013 in this pod.
Yeah, a little bit.
I
Interesting.
mean, like that was like a cEDH deck at one point. That was like pre-cEDH
Nope. And
cEDH deck.
we do have Ask Me How back in this pod, so that will be interesting to see how hopefully the
Hopefully, we see
connection.
some redemption.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty
Hopefully
sick.
we see Cobblepot not getting his kneecap smashed in during this game.
That was rough.
Yeah, Cobble had a rough time.
Hopefully Cobblepot keeps the less bad hand.
Wow.
No.
Oh, Thrasios Vile this time from Cobblepot.
Yeah, he's been working on this list. It's
Yeah,
a
so for
pretty
those of you that don't
spicy.
know, it's a Song of Creation list. Basically allows you to storm off with that card, which is pretty spicy.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy to see it, so people will stop harassing me about it in Paco. Uh, I want there to be a devoted
Yeah.
song deck so I can point people that way. And it
Right.
looks like
So,
there's a
so they
few
won't
people
bug you.
developing one right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the equivalent of why Akiri over Bruce,
Yeah.
or why Bruce over Akiri. It's like about that level at
Yeah.
this point.
I had I literally have gotten it in writing now, the why Akiri over Bruce thing, so I can just copy and paste it. It's in my primer and it takes up like a lot of my
Yeah,
primer.
a very similar one is for Paco is why aren't you on Occam Adversary? That one's a bit less like you just dunk on him because like
Yeah.
it's a very powerful card. It's kind of reasonable to ask that question. But now there's a section in the primer that mentions it specifically.
Right.
Wow, very impressive start.
Yeah.
Uh, we're probably going to see a turn two song creation. Uh, we might even just see a turn two ad nauseum. That's probably way more powerful anyway.
Yeah. That's pretty okay. What now curious, you're in this situation, what do you go grab?
Did you ask me that? Sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, if I'm in this situation, I think it really depends on the deck. I'm kind of tempted to just get an ad nause. If you look
Yeah.
at this table, no one here is prepared to deal with an ad nause. The Najila deck might be, but Cobble played with Hal last turn and kind of saw the way that Hal liked to play.
Yeah.
Um, he did not seem like someone who's like digging for force of wills.
Right.
Um, he seemed to be a bit more an aggressive player.
Yeah. I agree.
So especially if we see like a turn one dork here, I think he just like feels great. And you should expect the turn one dork against Najila.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
I'm interested to see what happens here. I think this one turn decides the game, most likely.
Wow. That bold. I mean, I agree with you, but
Yeah, okay. So I think if he got ad nauseum, then that's probably the game.
oh yeah, because the other two players aren't even playing blue.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. That's what I mean. So like if Asmi has the Swan Song in hand, I guess like theoretically Cobblepot just gets got. But
but
all
yeah.
right, now we see if it's an ad nause or a song creation. Not, it's neither. Okay,
Oh, all right.
that's very interesting.
Maybe Cobble is setting up for the mid to long game. But yeah, no, I agree. If you go aggro there, you get paid off extremely
I
well.
don't think there's like any time to get punished there really. I mean,
Yeah,
sure he could have the force a little, but
yeah.
you still have so much mana in a Thrasios.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
I mean, like, let's put it this way: this Storm deck can probably outgrind every deck at this table.
Yeah, yeah.
That's pretty crazy, right?
Well, I don't know about Najila specifically, but yeah.
I guess like when I say grind, I just mean like card advantage. But yeah, Najila can actually punish the grindy decks using the pressure from
Right,
from
right.
Najila.
Carpet coming down here. Only one mana off of it, which isn't bad. I'm interested to see what this Gerard deck does.
Yeah, I am too. If the game gets long enough, he can be like an actual threat.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm also a little confused at the start by the Anya deck here. It's not a it's not an aggressive mulligan. The deck is super fast, so I don't know why you would just land pass on the first turn. You know what I mean? I feel like if that's your hand, you should probably just mull, right?
I mean, Azuro might just have an Entomb in hand.
Yeah, no, definitely. And if Zoro just whips out an Entomb right now, then this is a whole different scenario, right? But
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah, I agree.
That's yeah. As soon as I said it, I was like, unless, unless
Yeah,
we're
I
about to
mean,
see an end
he
step
could even
Entomb.
have like he could even have just have like a Vampire Tutor. There's
Yeah,
quite a
which
few
is fine.
things here
Which gets the
that
Entomb
make it
probably.
very reasonable. It also depends on how aggressive Azuro is as a player.
Yeah.
So Azuro might, not typically, mull to 6 or 5,
Even then, if you're
where this
playing a
deck
deck like
might
Anya,
imply it.
like it not going for that seems just rough.
All right. The end step fetch suggests to me that there is a
There's
one
something
mana
happening.
instant.
Yeah.
Yeah, most of the time people don't really care enough about saving the 2 life of a shock land.
Yeah. I agree. And Azrael's an experienced enough player where I wouldn't expect that.
Yeah.
Oh, but there it
All
is.
right. Yeah, I guess so.
The foot and mouth. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean,
The
that kind of
Badlands was in
explains it.
hand. Okay, well,
Yeah, that kind of does explain some of it. Although the life total is not really that important, most
yeah.
likely. Good. With the Najila player at the table.
Yeah. Where do we go from here? Just a pass. Wow. This is just
Yeah, that's
not what
pretty
I've come
crazy.
to expect from an Anya deck.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Anya's just trying to slip under the storm,
Hmm.
expecting it to pull out a lot of interaction.
Yeah. Or maybe
And
maybe holding up interaction knowing that this
yeah,
table is not one where
I
that's likely
mean,
to occur.
yeah, here's an example of the weakness of song creation, right? Like the turn one Adnos versus like a turn two, song of creation, let's say.
Yeah.
Uh, that song creation gets pyro pretty easily.
Oh, very fair. Very
Ad
fair.
nauseum, dodging pyroblast like is so relevant.
I At
It's
the
one of the
same time you could
reasons
say something about
I,
Dispel
I
too, right? But or
but there's like
Flusterstorm.
the thing is that these like two Azurill, the only interaction Azurill really has is those pyroblasts.
I
So the
see.
fact
I
it
see.
means ad nauseum is more powerful at this table.
Right. That makes sense. Yeah.
Where like if you're at a table of a lot of blue players, you might say, oh, dispel, dodging dispel is very powerful and relevant. Wow, that early, that's a very early to
Huh.
levy.
I
Um,
see. I would expect that you get the Najila down so that next turn the
yeah,
Derevi's
same.
broken, right? Like,
Yeah, I agree. Seem I'm not confident enough to say it's a punt, but it does seem highly suspect.
yeah, I agree.
Um, I mean, like maybe Asmi is concerned about uh, holding up interaction and wants to hold up double blue, so goes to combat here with the elf, gets in for one, untaps the Mox Diamond, and now they've uh, progressed their board plan while also holding up double blue, um, or
Let's
not.
see. Hmm. Yeah.
Let's say you have a Dovin's Veto in hand, you might like play the Derevi, untap the land, attack with the elf, untap the scrub land. Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe Drown in the Walk. Honestly, hard to say.
Yeah, but then why wouldn't you just get the free value with attacking with the elf? You know?
Yeah, I don't really understand. I would have attacked with the elf for sure.
Yeah. Well, I would. I would
Wow,
have
that
played
is
Najila.
shocking. That is shocking.
What?
Cobblepot draw going.
Maybe he grabbed
He's
the Adnaz.
a bad Nas.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
got an
he's only a
uncountable
bad Nas.
Nas. He must be.
Yeah, I would have just jammed it there. I mean, you're at 36 life, right? Like,
That's fair. I don't know. There's. It depends. I don't think this deck is meant to win off that kind of Adnaz, though. You know what I mean?
that's fair. I really, I, hmm. I'm sure the deck is on like Tinderwall and Rite of Flame
I
and
guess, but if you're
your
so
Darker
so if you
Virtues.
have the opportunity to not worry about the interaction with Adnaz, to pass to when you know no one's gonna do anything about it. Uh,
Yeah, true. And you can also use the Adnos politically with this Narset coming out.
yeah, yeah.
Sorry, not Narset, Najila.
Oh, okay. I was like,
Um,
wait a minute, what?
yeah, so with the Najila coming out with the Derevi, you might be like, oh, but you're not really digging for an answer. You're just
Yeah, you're
winning the
winning the
game.
game. Yeah, yeah.
I don't know who's gonna fall for that, but
Bane of Progress.
probably
Wow.
rough.
Guess it's time for the Adnaz. Yep.
Yeah,
So tell me if
that's
I'm
absurd.
tell me if I'm crazy here. I feel like you just float your mana and you let it resolve. You know?
Hmm.
Okay.
No,
Whoa.
because he
There's
can.
there's a lot happening right now, and none of it is following priority order. All right. Kabul is
Yeah,
obviously
so
shushing the Adnaz
looks
in
like
response to the
there's.
snuff out.
Yeah, looks like I would have snuffed out first, to be honest. I would have gone snuff out, then Bane of Progress because it's pretty obvious there's an ad nauseum in his hand. I think.
Yeah, yeah. I think because you know the
That's
Bane of
only a big ask.
yeah.
I
If you
think I
don't
would have asked like, hey, ask me if
if you don't read the ad nauseum, this play makes sense. But if you read it, then like the sequencing
yeah.
definitely, I think you agree. The snuff out
The
goes
snuff
first.
out is super awkward not being under review though.
Yeah,
Although to be honest, like it's almost impossible. Ask me can't win next turn because he doesn't have a warrior token, and Cobblepot is about to rip just straight gas off the top. So
yeah. I actually don't know the CMC of this deck.
um, I think I remember it being like pretty medium. I
Yeah,
don't think he like has a CMP of one.
right, right. Seems like priority is getting back to Cobble. Well, there's the mystical tutor on the stack too, as well.
Yeah, what do you think that gets? Silence?
Ah, Ask Me How has played pretty aggressively so far, so I it's hard to
Honestly,
read what they would like to do. You know,
yeah, that's fair.
I haven't really been able to get a good read going on. Braden, question from chat: what makes Paco cEDH playable?
That's a fun question. So, um,
Yeah, Tainted Pact. Okay.
okay, so
I'm not hearing you, bud.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, there you go.
So, what makes Paco playable? Um, so if you think about medium green, right? Like the desired board state of medium green is like have a lot of mana, so much mana that it's not really easy to keep track of. Then use your commanders as card advantage engines by converting that mana into some resource. So what Paco does that's interesting is that it skips the conversion process. So if you just once you dump 8 mana into your Paco, which is the 5+3, you just get access to those cards. You don't have to like pay further costs. So like 8 mana is 2 Thrasios activations. Actually, 10 mana is 2 Thrasios activations. So if you think of it that way, right? Like Paco for 8 mana gets you 3 to 4 cards, while for 10 mana, Thrasios gives you 2 cards you get to ascribe to the bottom. So they're like
Wait, why are you saying
almost
10 mana? Oh, because Thrasios itself, right?
yeah. So
Okay.
if you think of it that way, Paco's like a way more efficient value engine than Thrasios and Tymna, right? Well,
Mm.
maybe just Thrasios. It's like way more efficient than
Yeah.
Thrasios. The cool part about Tymna is that it plays around like lots of hate, which Paco also plays against, and Paco doesn't really lose to any stacks pieces. So Paco does like the Thrasios and Tymna thing.
Yo, Cobble's got to be
Uh,
careful here. He's going low.
he's probably fine.
I'm just saying, if he flipped a Song of Creation there, he would have died to ask me.
Yoda Drake, Dark Ritual, Carver Flyers is sick. Seedborn Muse. That one actually wasn't that great of a rip.
Yeah, it definitely could have been a lot better. Are you? Do you still have the images up? I lost them after I saw them flipped. There's a lot of
I'm
flash
just going
mode in
through the
there.
chat.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I mean he's gonna win next turn, but he can Noxious Revival the Imperial Seal at worst.
Yeah, yeah.
Although he probably won't have the life for it.
I would be surprised if he didn't win, but you never know.
Yeah. So if you think about Paco as a more efficient value engine than medium green, I think it starts to make sense like why they
Wait,
might be
Braden,
better.
before you go in that, what are the odds that Azurill just entombs Animate Dead right now while everyone's tapped out?
Um, it's actually not that great because there aren't any creatures in graveyards. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Actually, he doesn't win if he does that. Oh, there is. There's Vexy Shusher. Yeah. So I think it's like fair. I think what he's gonna do is attack with Angie, which sucks, but I think that's like the responsible thing to do.
Oh, and just put pressure on Cobble's life total?
Yeah.
Yikes. That does not feel
I
good.
think that's the responsible thing to do.
No, I
That's
think
probably what I would do here.
sadly, I think you're right, which is insane.
Yeah. What you probably do is you go like Angie tap untap tap untap tap untap, and then once you don't have a creature madness card to
Yeah,
discard,
you just boop.
you get in for one.
I like the idea of ripping the fiery temper here in a, in a mana rock. That would be amazing.
Yeah. So I'm gonna add Chris. Chris, did that answer your question? I can repeat it just a bit. Basically, if you look at the numbers, which I don't like to do, I think when people say like look at the numbers, they're usually like kind of like they're not being honest a lot of the time. But if you look at just like theoretically, you get 4 cards for 8 mana ish.
Right.
And then with Thrasios and Timony, you get 2 cards for 10 mana ish.
Tapping out for
So
Najili here. This is wild. Cobble's gonna win.
yeah, I
Where's this damage going? At least tell me it's at Cobble.
this is shocking.
What? Really? Wow. I mean, it has an Imp Seal and a Noxious Revival.
Wow, what's the thought process here? Do you think
I
that we're
okay.
dead to
So here's
Cobble?
here's my idea, right? Hypothetically, this is the validation, right? Is if you don't think about the top deck tutors, you go, okay, Cobble's already blown his load as far as his life total is concerned, right?
That's not true, but
I agree. I'm saying that's hypothetically what you could
we
think.
know he has a noxious survival too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I guess you're not killing him,
32 cards
right?
in hand.
Like, if you're not killing him, what's it doing right now?
Uh, Again, stopping noxious survival.
I agree. And also, no
The
Anya attack
Angie,
here.
so the Angie plus the Derevi plus the Elves of Deep Shadow would have taken him to 3 life,
Yep.
or yeah, 3 life,
Because
which would
Elves of
have
Deep
turned
Shadow
off.
did not need to be tapped. Because it could have just
Yeah,
attacked and got the mana.
yeah, exactly. So that would have turned off Noxious Imperial Seal.
Yeah.
At
Cobble
worst,
doing the free mana dump as it's a Death Ray Shaman. What? Oh, exiled. Okay, I was like,
I was about to say that seems sus.
that's. I was gonna say that was pretty loose. uh,
It's like, one sec. So one thing I experience a lot in like deck building is people asking questions like, "Why aren't you on X?" And the response is
wow.
just like, "I try to play good cards." Do you ever have that? Like,
Yeah. Does Cobble's list run World Gorger?
that'd be hysterical.
I mean, it fits in the color pie. I've thought about Thrasvile World Gorger, but like,
I prefer Kenrith,
I
but
do
that's
too.
just me.
Yeah, I
That's
do too.
just me.
Uh,
Oh, Oracle. Okay, so he's just gonna. He has
or
an
just
option,
reanimate
so
an
you can
Oracle.
draw
Okay.
Oracle.
Yeah.
Oh, reanimate. That's sick.
Yeah. Another thing that Life Total would have helped with.
Oh yeah, this would have taken him to 1 life.
Uh. Oh, you mean if the attacks had been done correctly? Yes, yes, yes. I see.
Yeah.
Oh, and now we're doing the Anya thing in response. I
I
don't
don't know
know
why
what.
he didn't just do this in attack.
Yeah,
You
I
know.
agree. I don't know what sort of free interaction you're looking for here.
Um. It's deflecting SWAT.
Oh, that's right. They get that card now.
Yeah. So deflecting SWAT like definitely
Definitely punks him
makes him
here.
really sad.
Actually, if deflecting swat, is there a fat enough creature in the graveyards that it could just kill Cobble? Because that would be hot. So far I'm not.
Oh, so actually that would have worked. That would have worked if he had attacked with Angie
Yeah,
and the Derevi and the Elves of Deep Shadow,
yeah.
because he's at 1 life after this resolve. So any creature that he isn't like
In
he
that
draw he
scenario, yeah, yeah.
yeah. I'm just trying to express how important it is to pressure a person's life
Oh,
total
totally,
slowly.
totally. Yeah, yeah. All right, it gets through.
Wow, GG's.
Culling the week in response to the trigger.
Hot. I love it.
Where did their initial black mana come from to cast that?
The Dark Ritual.
Oh, I didn't see the dark rit. Yeah, that'll do it.
Disgusting.
GG's, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, let's see if
They
Nichila
really just
has
like they just let him have it.
a little bit. Yeah, it kind of felt that way. I mean, to be fair, Anyos responded, and I think the maximum way that that deck could.
I think attacking would have been nice.
Anyos couldn't have.
Not sure what you meant. Sorry.
I said Anyos could not have attacked. I'm saying for
Did I
the
say?
Bane of Progress? Anyos, the one who's playing Gerard.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying Anya. I was like,
No, 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 no,
Anya. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
no. Yeah. Cobble is now just flexing, showing the interaction. Yeah. Yeah, that's looking like game, everybody. All right. Well, Cobble snatches it through an early ad nauseum with a bonkers start. So Braden called it earlier, but it just took a couple turns for it to get rolling.
Yeah, that deck's actually very good. I mean, I think any ad nauseam deck in this format's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, but obviously,
Obviously, what?
Anytime you have that much mana on turn two, you're probably winning. Did we end up finding out if anyone had interaction on turn two?
I do not know. No.
I think they would have used it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think he was probably supposed to cast the Adnos on turn two. I wonder. Do you want to invite him? See if he wants to hop on here for a bit.
Who? Cobble?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. See if he wants to jump on. Can you do that? I'm not sure the stream can
Yeah, I'm
hold me
good.
doing it. All right, chat. This is your time. We're between games. Throw those questions. Noah, good to see you.
Yeah, No's here. All right, I messaged our Lord and Savior Cobblepot.
Brobblefrot.
What?
I said Brobblefrot.
Disgusting.
Smobblebot. Final answer.
I can't wait to own Paco and paper. I'm just shuffling the cards right here, having a good
Yeah, dude.
time.
How many cards are you still off from getting it?
Like 100.
Oh.
No, I think I'm like the problem is a lot of them are expensive. So like they're all the extra turn spells basically.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's the duels. So I need a Taiga, a Volcanic. All right, I'm gonna.
Oh, you need a Volk?
Right.
Oof.
Yeah, it's fine.
You can go wild in proxy, as we encourage here on the cEDH cast.
All right, guys.
Cobble, hello, hello.
Cobblepot, that was an excellent game.
Yeah, that was I mean, that was a much better hand than I started with the other one.
Yeah, you kind of just went wild there.
So yeah, that I opened there with I think there were 3 lands in hand plus the Soul Ring and Signet and the tutor. No, it would have been 2 lands because the Vexing Shusher was in there.
Mm-hmm.
So because the Vexing Shusher was in there, that was what made the Imperial Seal be an Adnos.
Right.
And rather than, even though there was only one person who had blue amongst the other players, it made more sense to wait an extra turn and get the Shusher there just to be sure that I could push it through.
Makes sense. Yeah, that's we'd been kind of talking through the paces of that as soon as you play the Shusher.
Yeah, we were both expecting to jam in on turn 2 into how.
Right. So in that case, just having the Shusher and having the the fact that he played the elemental that blows up all of the artifacts and enchantments.
Progress,
that
yeah.
Also, right, that just kind of pushed it in that direction. I don't know if I would have pulled the trigger, over the top of somebody else's turn. I wanted to see what the Najila player was going to do.
Right.
But given the way that played out, I just needed to pull the trigger.
Yeah,
it was fine.
It makes
I could have used a little bit more artifact mana off of Yadnos, but having the Entomb and the Reanimate was, I think, as compact as needed.
Definitely.
Yeah, that was interesting. We talked about how one of the only things that could have killed you there at that point is like a deflecting SWAT, but even then you had a lot of interaction.
Right. So the culling the weak on the Oracle itself was to keep the blue and red mana open so
that
I could actually use.
Very well played. Yeah.
I could use all 4 of the counter magic there just in case somebody tried to do something 4 layers of protection.
Totally.
So.
Yeah, very well played. We enjoyed watching it. Obviously, anytime someone gets to rip a fat Nas, it's it's a fun watch.
Yeah, that's it was a good top deck, good draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, it played out. I think that's the way that, like, when you read the book, that's the way it's supposed to play out. So,
yeah.
True. How are you?
I'm gonna guess
it
probably would have played out. It probably would have played out differently if there were maybe 2 more blue players.
I agree. Yeah.
So, even with that, I think the Shusher helped quite a bit just to make it a foregone conclusion that
Right.
the Nas was going to be there.
Very much agreed.
Yep. And so at that point with the Najila, I mean, especially if you've got a Besiju, or if you've got a Shusher, Nas is not a sure thing because people can do a silence.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
That's what I was hoping, that the Najila player wasn't gonna land that he untapped with the Derevi.
Yeah.
So, but didn't wind up going that way, and things wound up turning out pretty well.
Yeah. How are you? You're enjoying the practice day so far? Yeah.
Yeah. That was the only other game that I could play. I got kids, and
yeah. Fair.
I need to go off and do that.
Yep. And you are participating in the main tournament next week, I assume.
That's the plan.
Yeah. Sweet. Well, we'll see you there.
All right then. You guys have a good one.
You too.
Thanks. You too. Bye.
Lovely. All right. Let's see if we have a game. I see Andus is in a lobby with only 3 folks. I don't know if anyone else is going right now. Check over on Discord.
Might hop off in a bit.
You are?
Yeah. Yeah, I might. Depends on how quickly this game gets started. But I would like to see on display Yuriko.
Yeah, let's pop in.
Since it's my baby. I'm sad. I'm thinking about trading away the chains for towards the bulk.
Yeah, it's a thing. So wait, are you done with Yuriko? Is that?
I don't know. I'm fine just like tearing apart decks to build other decks. Just like the thing I do. Although I've never torn apart Thrastos and Tenda, and I'm getting like really close to thinking about it.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, but I don't think it'd be worth it because the idea would be I could then just have Yuriko and Paco.
Yeah.
But to be honest, I think Medium Green is like way too much fun
to abandon.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's fair.
Our deck is just obnoxiously powerful. It's very good in my meta.
Yeah, I've only seen one person on it in the Nexus so far, but I've been spreading the good word.
I think I feel like so. This is like not me. I mean, I'm like consciously aware of how this sounds. I think it's like legitimately like one of the most popular decks in the format. I see posts about it like every day on Facebook, and I'm not really so active on Facebook that I'm not pushing Medium Green on Facebook. You know, I think
no,
the
I meant
Playing with Power
Paco.
video. No, like I think like I'm not pushing Medium Green on Facebook onto people.
Yeah.
I just think that people saw it on Playing with Power and were like, "Oh, that looks a lot like a Pup Stomp deck. I want to play it." And it plays like a Pup Stomp deck sometimes.
Oh, okay.
The decks, the wins feel more winny than most decks, you know.
Yeah. The game is starting. However, hands are revealed, which is nice for us in chat, but not great for any. And luckily, it's practice day, so hopefully no.
You cut them out in OBS.
Sorry.
Cut them out in OBS.
Oh, okay. I can. I mean, seems unnecessary.
If you think so.
It's a.
I thought you were ready to.
No, it's a practice game. If it was the actual tournament, I would worry about it. All right, so what do we have here? We have a return of the Gerard deck that we have just seen. Andis is on Yuriko, which is sort of his...
It's an obnoxious Yuriko hand. Holy smokes.
It's a little awkward.
Not really.
Oh, I didn't see the signet. The signet makes it dumb. Never mind.
Yeah. I mean, even without the signet, it's a turn 1 risk 6 study.
Right. Is that what you go for here?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm interested to see what...
and a Teferi deck for my Sleep Too Late, which is interesting. I haven't seen Teferi played in a long time.
All right, that makes so many things so much easier.
Hulk Chain Gang playing playing Yarok, which is another cobble brew.
Yeah. So now I think it's actually interesting. There's a chance that he plays the Signet and then plays the Mystic Remora, but it
Sure.
looks like he's not doing that. And I think
Yeah.
that's fine.
I mean, turn
This
one
is probably going
steady
to
is
get Force
pretty
Negation.
good.
This is probably going to get Force Negation, and if it's not, I'd be fucking shocked.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now he
Yeah.
just plays the Mystic Remora and plays Yuriko.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
I don't
uh,
think you can do both next turn unless you get a land drop.
yeah, he needs a land drop, but if he doesn't get a land drop, he can just
Was
play the
the
Mystic Remora.
Oh, is that a Chromox and a Mox Diamond? I see. Okay.
Actually, if he draws a land, I think he can win the game. One sec.
How do you
Can
figure?
he? Oh no, wait. I forgot. Diabolic Intent isn't an instant. I was like, can you Diabolic Intent in response to the trigger and then get? No, you can't do that. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, no, it is a sorcery.
Sorry, I got a little excited.
All right, what do we got here?
We see that Hulk Chain has an Allurn in hand. That is suicide against console decks.
Yeah, it's rough. Which is
Oh
the
my
reason I do
God.
not play Alern. Force of Vigor targeting the Chromox and the Chromox and the Chromox.
Yeah, that's disgusting. I mean,
Pretty aggro. Yeah.
yeah, I think that's rough. I mean, that's like you hate to see it.
Yeah. On just creating
Now,
a boiled token.
yeah.
Preordain. Strange inclusions in Teferi. I've never seen time spells or turn effects in that deck.
Yeah, I don't know. This could just be the brew.
Yeah. Now, I Sleep Too Late was the tournament organizer last time. I wonder if they are participating.
I don't know. Yeah, I think if Ondas rips a land here, he's actually like pretty good. But if he
Yeah.
doesn't, that's gonna be some problems.
Yeah, it's a slow hand, definitely, if no lands are ripped. Just
Is he
jamming that
playing
Pander
this?
Servant? Interesting.
That seems like rough.
What is the point of Pander
Why?
Servant in this deck?
I
Is
don't
it
know.
for
It seems
grindstone?
wrong. Yeah, probably. I mean, if he has a grindstone on the top of his library, I guess. I guess he wins.
Well, he kills a person.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Reason I
Now,
do
if
not play
Ondas
that
rips a
combo.
land here, now if Ondas rips a land here, I think he's actually pretty well set because
Yeah.
of the Mystic Remora.
Yeah, I agree.
If he doesn't, he still gets to play Yuriko in turn 3, which is like pretty bad. But he's been absolutely demolished this game. So the fact that that's like even an option is
I
it's not
like to
bad.
point out the Void Winnower in Anyos's hand. That's amazing. Yeah, Signet. So unfortunately, land missed.
Yeah, that's okay though.
I mean, yeah, it's unfortunate. Lord of Extinction. Wow, this is just a big fat Gerard deck, huh? And no other land
It's
too, which
pretty
is
greedy.
rough.
Yeah, what did he pitch? Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd keep this hand. Especially when your commander is green, green, black, black.
Yeah. All right, looks like it's Yarok's game to lose.
Ooh, wow. Soul Ring into Priest seems pretty okay. Are they just playing the
Yeah.
Priest?
Yeah, I don't know why he did that. Maybe he's not worried about a wheel.
Seems conservative. Like, I
Ooh.
don't know why you don't just tomb into Priest and Soul Ring, you know?
It also means that Ondas is at least going to draw a card off this Mystic Remora, which is really nice.
Yeah, yeah. That's also very fair. Ooh, Painter Servant getting in there. Getting in the paint.
That's so bad.
Did I Sleep Till Late just miss a land drop? Even though it's
Yeah, he
not in
did.
hand?
He did. He did, yeah.
Oh.
It's not a big deal. So he's probably not going to draw exclusively lands for the next like 5 turns, which means that like if he expects this to be the game for a while, it's pretty reasonable. All right, I think Ondus is like squarely back into the game.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, that he just has to like he can play Yuriko, go to combat, attack with Yuriko. Like over the course of the next few turns, he can start to assemble like consult. I think he's actually in a pretty good spot here.
Always love that elf pace for the elf line of play.
Yeah, elves are broken. They're just
Yeah.
like the best form of card advantage out there.
Hmm. I think the draw deck is just a big fat reanimator deck.
Yeah, I think it's trying to make Gerard huge. Probably that's what the old deck used to do.
ZCEDH noob in chat. Brawlin and Shabra, I know Braden built like one of the first lists out there.
Yeah.
The guys from Play to Win kind of picked up after that. They've been the people I've been seeing piloting the most. But even then, they're not on it a lot. There's obviously the one on the deck list database right
Wow,
now.
Shrieking Drake is an incredible draw off the top. Not gonna lie.
Oh, that's a pretty good rip. What is
Warren
it?
is coming out probably.
So okay, so what happens here is you go Yarok, then you go Alurin into Shrieking Drake with Uro and
Plus
just win the
Uro.
game, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. It's a pretty good rip. Not gonna
Yeah, can
lie.
you imagine what it'd be like if he played the Soul Ring last turn?
Yeah. Yeah.
He would have been able to play the Ancient Tomb this turn, and he might have been able to get there.
Yep.
One,
Yeah.
two, three, four.
Yeah, I think Brawlin Shabazz is in a decent sense like a very close to Niv as far as power
I
levels
agree.
concerned. I really like that deck. Like
All right.
it's pretty cool. I might build it just because
Yeah,
I bought the Jeskai deck.
I bought the Teamer deck and the Jeskai deck. I bought both.
I'm proud of you.
I sold a ton of cards yesterday. Like
Nice.
just a ton of bulk I had. It was like $40, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna get a Keenan and a Precon.
My sleep is just doing the classic mono blue of land go.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, not with anything to back it up.
yeah, he would have been able to hardcast Forceful if he played a land last turn, but
Yeah.
it's like I don't even know if that's like good enough. He didn't pay for a Moro.
Oh, it seems he's just undoing it and going back to his upkeep. There you go. What do you pay with here? I guess the Signet, right?
Oh, it's absolutely the Signet, yeah. Because the you can just play Yuriko and play the land,
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
and then he gets really close to winning after that,
Yeah,
surprisingly.
yeah. Because don't you sack Yuriko the next turn, right?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So you need that next turn. You need double blue. You need double blue and a black to
Right,
win.
which he has.
Yeah. So yeah, he can win if he plays Yuriko this turn. I think he's
Yeah.
absolutely supposed to play for it. Then he plays Yuriko, then he wins. Assuming no one has any counter magic, but right now no one really does have counter magic, so
Yeah.
there's the force. But
I mean,
you know
on the
that,
other hand, he just loses to Yarok.
that's true.
He
If
draws off
he
the Alurin. And if Stern Dismissal. So,
actually wait here, wait he does have a line where he plays Yuriko. He plays Yuriko, then sacks Yuriko, then how much mana does he have? One, two, three, four, five. He has exactly enough mana that he can sack Yuriko to get consult, and then hold up a mana, and then in response to the Aloran, go Thassa's Oracle Consult.
oh,
Is
wow.
that right?
Yeah, but he has no idea the Alurin exists, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, he could be cheating and watching this video. Uh,
Yeah, yeah.
but
Good.
yeah. Honestly, if you're watching this, you're a piece of shit. Um, but yeah. I mean, he might. I don't know. I think Oberon's like actually a pretty safe bet, to be honest. But depends on whether or not he wants to blow his load right here.
Yeah, there's a number of places to sell now. The more you sell cards to big stores, the more it helps the Magic economy. Just saying. throwing that out there. Prices are spiking because people are low in inventory.
of the high prices and sell your cards while they're overpriced. I just sold a what's it called? The card that's like search an opponent's library and exile a card.
Extract.
Yeah, I just sold that card. It gets spiked for no reason the other day, and I was like, all right, we're gonna sell that.
Yeah, there's a number of cards I have right now that I could probably lose. I don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, I think your money situation is different than my money situation too. So
yeah, that's right.
although I do have a foil Draenith Magistrate coming in the mail, I'm pretty excited about.
Ooh, very nice.
Yep, it's replacing.
I got a full art foil one and was very excited about it, and only to realize that it is not good in Evolution because people just steal it and then shut down my whole deck. So yeah. I mean, it's a great card, but the pods I was playing in, it was just not helping.
I think it's interesting Honest is taking so long here. He might see the line, to be honest. Yeah. It's not like difficult to imagine that Yarok has an Allurin.
I guess. Yeah, I don't know. It depends on how well you know the Yarok deck, to be fair. It's not a mainstay of the format by any means.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I think it's also like pretty fair to say like, all right, they have to start playing their spells.
Yeah.
Might as well just keep this Mystic Armor up.
Yeah. Actually, it seems that as of a couple minutes ago, they need a judge in Game Room 1. There's been some disconnection issues. They are in the main voice chat. Interesting. Oh, okay. Players are returning to the game. Interesting. Didn't notice that until right now. So, probably just figuring out what's happening with the Mystic Armor trigger. I assume that's exactly what it has to do because Ondas got the free information of drawing the card. They didn't want to back it up, and they had gone to the next part of the game. So I assume it's just over and done with. Are we seeing a hard cast Yuriko here? Yeah.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yep.
All right, he didn't see the Alluring line. That's okay. That makes sense. He has Stern Dismissal, which is actually pretty great because it does like actually interact with the line.
Yes, Stern Dismissal luckily allows you to bounce basically on the first trigger there, right? So. But the question is he going to get greedy here, Diabolic Intent, and then go for the win next turn?
I don't think he's supposed to. If he was, I think he would have gone for the other line, but he might.
Well, the other, yeah, I don't know. Once again, that other line is only existing if you know that your opponent has a learn in the hand ready to win. It seems tough.
I think if he's going to do that, what he should have done instead was play Thassa's Oracle for value, and then next turn bounce it back to your hand and replay it.
Oh, with Yuriko, sure.
Yeah, but I don't think he's supposed to do that. I think he's supposed to just hold up the Stern Dismissal and pray. Next turn he has enough mana. I wouldn't have sacked the Mystic Armor though, to be honest. I think that was.
I think that was the judge ruling. I don't think that was his choice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, from what I'm gathering, from what I'm seeing in the chat. And it does make sense, right? You have revealed information, and it changes what's happened in the game. So.
Sure.
All right, here we go. Starting to do stuff. Yeah, going for it, huh?
That's super aggressive.
It's very much aggressive.
If he had one more mana, I'd be like more on board, but
yeah. Wonder if he's gonna get Nas here. No, that wouldn't make sense, right? You just go get the Taint effect, right?
No, you get Console.
Why Console specifically?
Because it's so much cheaper.
Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, you're not interacting really, but yeah.
You're not playing Taint effect for value in this deck, really.
I understand. I'm just saying, like, it's better to have a demonic consultation if things go awry than, or it's not as good to have a consultation when things go awry as opposed to a tainted pact.
That's fair.
That's my thought process there.
I don't think the deck really plans for things to go awry.
I just think if you go for a win with no counterspell backup, you need to plan for that.
I mean, yeah, but you might just draw a counterspell off the top, and you need the mana to be able to cast it.
Right.
I wouldn't have sacked the Yuriko here, though, to be honest. I would have kept it around.
Yeah, it's a card draw next turn, right? Like.
Yeah. So.
Seems like an aggressive line by far. Yep, consult in hand. Okay. Unfortunately, actually, I think Anyos actually saves them because of this murderous cut in hand.
Let's see if he keeps it open.
Yeah, if they don't tap out right here. Oh, but you know what? Manglehorn. No, it doesn't affect anything. Never mind. I was thinking it was Reclamation Sage. No.
Manglehorn the Painter Servant. Let's go.
GG's, baby. So yeah, if I sleep too late didn't miss that land drop, we would be in a situation where the threat of winning isn't really a thing, but fortunately it is.
Oh, right. Looks like they're going to lose.
Yeah. Yep. So I think you hit the... Ooh, wow. Hitting the Painter's Servant, huh?
There's absolutely no respect for this Yarok deck. Like,
so
zero
Brayden,
respect.
tell me if I'm crazy here. I think in my upkeep, if I'm Hulk Chain Gang here, I go I Mystical Tutor for protection, right?
Oh yeah.
Right? Yeah. You just grab a guardianship and then win.
I think I get Pact Negation because guardianship opens you up to removable between your upkeep and your draw step.
That's fair. I just don't know if they run Pact in this deck. It feels very...
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a slower deck, you know?
Is it though?
Yarok? I've never seen this deck
it's like
be
turn
quick.
3, it's about to win.
Yeah, this is the most explosive start I've ever seen out of this deck. This deck's usually a slugger.
I guess. I don't see like how that works because the commander's so bad.
Yeah,
like,
well, that's where a lot of the double land bounce effects tend to come in with this deck.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know. So, hot, interesting information for you possibly. I accidentally canceled the upload of the video that had been uploading for 2 hours. Go Team Braden. So we have to wait another 2 hours.
Sorry, one more time?
Remember the video that we did this today?
Yeah.
I accidentally canceled the upload.
Nice.
So it's going to take another 2 hours.
Cool. Well, we did a video featuring our response to the Commander Rules update. Woo! So you should go check that out.
Yeah, once it's out.
Yeah.
And not
uploading. I think we're seeing that Mystical Tutor like we called. It's a pretty cool combo being able to draw your whole deck.
Yeah, it's kind of sick that it's with Uro too.
Yeah. It's sad that Anyos played the one creature that could be flashed out with with a Lurin.
I'm so offended right now. D-Train just insinuated that I played Wynota, whatever. I'm offended. I would never play Wynota. I've learned my lesson about Boros. Never again. Never again.
Yeah.
You're one of the few people who've ever played against that deck, right?
Winota?
No, sorry, Feather.
Feather? Oh, yeah. A lot of the good old days.
Wait,
Finale
what?
of Devastation. Does Hulk Chain Gang not see the line in the hand?
I am so confused.
Do they not see their line? What? What is happening?
Oh wait, there's still a green mana floating.
Yeah,
so maybe...
but still, what?
Maybe
so it's Finale for 2, right? Yeah.
What does that get?
What does that get? I'm so confused.
Chat, are we missing something? Oh, thanks for the compliment, Megorian. That's like one of my favorite episodes we've worked on. He could just be baiting hate.
I guess, but why not grab
I
a
don't know
counter
why you
spell?
would, though.
Yeah. I don't know. This seems hella suspect.
I kind of want to type in the chat. Chain, what are you doing?
Yeah, Card Kingdom's a great place to sell to. Definitely.
That's
Oh,
crazy.
Cloud of Fairies?
He's gonna draw his whole deck. Why does
Oh,
he need to do
maybe
that?
he doesn't understand that you can just get there with Uro. I mean, I guess it's like it's nice to have Cloud of Fairies there, but why not?
What is this guy smoking? Oh, I think Spinner seems real good.
Yeah, Destiny Spinner would have been a great target there.
Yeah, Spinner. I think Spinner's a great choice. That's whoever said that. Thank you.
Yeah, that is. What is happening? Okay. We have Shrieking Drake on the stack? Alright, y'all don't have anything in your hands. Let's
What is going on here? Wait, he like loses the game now.
Does he?
How's he gonna bounce?
Alright, well how's Forcible being cast? Oh, okay. I think I Sleep Too Late is being a troll.
Just sitting here typing up question marks into the chat.
Yeah.
Don't understand what's going on here. Chat, are we crazy?
Cause Shrieking Drake.
Why is he casting Shrieking Drake? I'm so confused.
Because if Shrieking Drake resolves now and doesn't bounce itself, you don't have the win. Right? Or no, because it still doubles the bounce. What is happening? Why is Alurin now on the stack? Was he just demonstrating infinite mana even though Alurin was already there? I see. Okay, so... Well, the game's over.
That is so confusing. I legitimately don't know what just happened.
Because is Cloud of Fairies and Alurin... Or Cloud of Fairies and Shrieking Drake isn't an infinite combo, though, right? Am I crazy? Oh, but Yarok doubles the trigger. Okay. So you untap 4 lands with Cloud of Fairies.
It makes infinite mana.
You don't need Alurin.
Yeah, it makes infinite mana, but you don't. He already drew his deck.
No. What I'm saying is Cloud of Fairies just acted as a second Alurin, basically. Which was strange that you would go that way. I guess they wanted to avoid playing Alurin unless they had to.
Yeah, I don't understand what just happened. I literally cannot believe what I just saw. Not in a good way.
Yeah, that's the closest thing I can think of. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Okay. I mean, they still got there, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he had it for sure. There was no respect for him that game.
Yeah.
Absolutely no respect.
Kind of wild had 2 ways to win the game, though. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like, he had a pretty dominating position. I just don't think his opponents quite knew it yet.
Right. Okay. Are you still with us for some time, or?
I can hop off. I'll stop being so annoying.
I don't think that's quite the case, but all right, buddy. Yeah, Destiny Spinner would have been a good...
He forgot that Uro had ETBs.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Said you maniac.
Who said that? Chain Gang?
Jane. Yeah.
Where are you pinging him?
I was messaging him on Discord.
Oh, okay. Forgot the card in the deck. Sounds good.
All right. I'll hop off, leave the chat with you so you don't have to listen to me ramble about Paco anymore. All
That's
right.
funny.
Have a nice day, everyone. See y'all.
Bye, Braden. Thanks for joining us,
Bye.
buddy. Chat, how are you? It's just us again. Chat, you and I. Well, Braden's actually still on the call, so I'm gonna end the call. Chat, now it is just you and I. We find ourselves between games. I'm gonna take a little peek. Oh, I've accidentally opened GIMP on my computer, so sorry if that causes a little bit of slowdown. We are waiting between practice game. Ondis is by themselves, so I don't know if that's the game we're gonna jump in. We're gonna check over on the Discord. Does chat have questions while we are sort of flirting this in between line? There's a lot of people in the chat here. Game Room 2. I don't see them in here at all. Well, there's supposedly a second game up and running right now, but they have not named themselves appropriately, it seems. So that's okay. Let's see if Anomalous is in a game, because it says they are. It shows users' games. Join as a spectator. All right, let's jump in as we have another game going on. Look at this. Right in time, chat. I will jump over screens in but a moment. We are catching another game. Awesome. So we have Azrael. We have KGBJ. Okay. We have Anomalous, and we have Riled Up White Kid. What a name. What a name. All right, I'm going to take this headphone out because I don't need it right now. All right, chat. What are we seeing? What are we saying? What are we doing? Yeah, Noah, good to see you back. Cobble does always brew a spicy deck, I will say so. All right, so we have 5-color Sisay. We have Thrasios Timna. We got National Women's Day Narset, and we have Godo. I love seeing the Godo wrap out right now. Godo was going to be one of the decks that I submitted to the Super League, but I decided against it at the time. Much wanted to. I decided I would take a chance with the deck that I have not played in a bit, and instead of relying on mono red to save the day. All right, we got a pretty good start out of Narset. For those of you that don't know, Narset needs to explode out of the gates pretty darn fast. So being on the play, already having access to 5 mana with a land drop on turn 2, that's pretty darn okay. If KQBJ can grab another piece of ramp here, a turn 2 Narset would be absolutely insane. I mean, that's literally everything that deck is trying to do. So we shall see. I have been thinking about Narset a lot in this post-Flash world, and I'm interested to see if the deck has legs. Ponder. That's pretty fair, not gonna lie. Let's see if they can rip like a Mox Diamond in a land, or a Chrome Mox in land, preferably. As I said, turn 2 Narset would be pretty wild. So the addition of Dockside must help this deck. Obviously, you can't hit it off Narset, but anytime you can explode mana-wise, that's going to be really helpful for you. Wonder what the Ponder is going on. Let me see if I can... I'm going to go jump in the voice chat for this game so that I can keep you, my loyal chat, up to date as much as possible. It's a pretty crazy turn 1. All right, we're seeing the red mana floating being converted into a Sensei's Divining Top, which is pretty okay. It's a pretty okay start. Not gonna lie, it's a scary start. All right, I am now in the game room, so I should be able to keep up to date with everything that's going on with them. Getting a lot of classic Narset. Oh, is that a Mountain Pass by Godo? Uh, for those of you playing Godo, I always mull to ridiculously low hands if I need to make sure that Godo explodes out of the gate. But we never know what's in Azrael's hand, so it could be something crazy. Lavinia is huge here because that shuts down Narset's entire game plan. Wow. Wow. That's a huge play. Bayou and Birds from Anomalous, with once again their, I assume this is the same mid-range consultation list. Wow, Lavinia coming out early from this Sisay deck is, I mean, that's insane. Alright, no upkeep top, which is something I was wondering. Pretty rough for the Narset to explode out that quickly and then just kind of get hosed here. It seems that the Mana Crypt trigger was missed, but the players are doing their best to correct that right now. I don't know what they... Oh, odds equals outs, and so they're safe from Mana Crypt. Alright, so back to their first main phase. They're floating one colorless red and a blue because of the Signet and Crypt, and the blue seems to be for the Mystical Tutor. Okay. Mystical Tutor main phase. Okay. I guess if your mana is betraying you a little bit, that does make sense. Swords. Yeah, Swords definitely seems like a good card. I feel like Lavinia is probably the target of that spell. Yeah. All right. Well, that Swords is going right on top, and I have a feeling we are seeing a Sensei's Divining Top activation here. Generator Servant. What a card. Wow. I have not seen this card since I was playing like high power mono red Perforos. I love this card. Don't get me wrong. That's awesome. Like a kid on Christmas right now. That's a great card because that allows for Narset to come down next turn because top gets the swords. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana, exactly enough for Narset with haste. For those of you that don't know, Generator Servant makes 2 colorless for a creature, and that creature gets haste when it is the turn it has been cast. So hasty Narset turn 3 is pretty okay. Obviously, if the opponents have interaction, then, you know, that's something else entirely. But you're really leaving the onus on the non-Godo players. Let's see what Azrael was planning with this hand, because it's been a pretty slow start out of Godo, which is kind of amazing. interested to see where this hand takes us. Gamble. This is a very interesting Goto start. I wonder if there is something with a sensei's, or sorry, a treasonous ogre. Top is being activated. I assume the swords is a coming. Goodbye, Lavinia. I knew thee well. You were a great hate bearer for but a moment, but unfortunately your time has come, and we've moved on from you. Gamble's back on the whoa, and a misstep for the Gamble. Woo! That's some heat coming out. I don't know that I misstepped this. That's pretty wild. Just because I feel like 1 mana interaction for the Narset might be nice. I don't know, but I don't know what's in KKBJ's hand, so. Yeah, Sinestra, that's Nick, that's a good point in chat. I think early ogre might be a thing. Anomalous, all your stream sniping, get out of here. Fish dropping down. Not a bad card to have facing a Goto and a Narset. Sisei is probably more inclined to play some green cards, but the other two are inclined to feed the F out of this. And this is another one of those things I was referring to with that gamble where, letting the gamble resolve and not having to fight through a Remora probably behooves you a lot more. But, c'est la vie. Seems that the Force of Will was accidentally flipped off the top of the library. Yeah, I think the library, the players are asking about shuffling the library here, which is unnecessary revealed information. Shuffling seems like the best course of action. That way no one's worried about any sort of oddities there. We have a Mana Crypt trigger that was missed, but that is being rolled for now. Once again, safe. Wow. Goto, passing priority. Let's see what Rod Lab does. Oh, back to Anomalous. Narset is resolving, it seems. This could be quite bad. Yep, definitely Anomalous is probably the target for the beats there. Yeah, we have a trigger before damage. I was like, oh, that's pretty bad. And then I saw the Omniscience. So, hot take. I think you play the Omniscience. I know it seems pretty controversial here, guys, but I think it's pretty okay. Yeah, you cannot use Treasonous Ogre to double Goto because you use 33 life to just cast one Goto if you are doing it from nothing. Tell Omniscience being cast. Talisman was cast. Anomalous got to draw. We have a crack in response to the Mystic Remora trigger on the Omniscience. Tundra's coming down. Let's see if Swansong Omniscience. Yeah, seems like a card you do not want to resolve. The Brainstorm is being cast. Oop. Yep, now remembering the draw trigger. Okay. Drawing off the Brainstorm right now. Reminding players that the spell is still in the stack, so you have the ability to still recognize the draw. That's a fun fact for everyone out there in chat. As long as the spell is still on the stack, you do have the ability to recognize your trigger even if another spell has been cast on top of it. Fun fact. Okay, the Brainstorm is in response to the Swan Song, targeting the Omniscience. KQBJ has just drawn 3 and put 1 card back, and now we're going to see the second one go back. That hasn't happened yet. Oh, there's the second one. Okay, and now we're back to Brainstorm has resolved. Oh, deflecting swat, the Swan Song. I assume targeting the Swan Song. Or targeting the swat, I mean. Anomalous drawing another card from this. Anomalous saying does not have answers. Yeah, Veil of Summer actually, they're talking about it now. Veil of Summer does not protect against what is currently happening. Now the players are currently debating whether to just cast Veil of Summer to make the spells for the rest of the turn untargetable and to draw a card. I think it's probably the move here, to be honest. Unless there's a Nature's Claim in the deck. I do not believe Cockatrice is a phone client, no. That would be pretty cool, though. Alright, so yeah, the Veil of Summer is... Okay, alright, so yeah, Veil of Summer is being cast. Players are just heavily debating it right now, so... Veil of Summer is resolving, yep. So we're going to see a card draw, and... still not necessarily what was needed to stop the Omniscience hitting the field. Players unable to cast anything to proc a draw from Anomalous either, which is not great. Yep, priority being passed. Swansong would not counter itself. Swansong would counter the... or have to target Deflecting Swat. It can't target itself. Omniscience on the stack and Omniscience resolving. Things are about to go a little crazy. Yeah, they will still get the token. They're talking about that right now, but the Swansong token will still show up. Actually, I don't think it will, because the spell fizzles because it can't target Swansong itself. For those who don't know, the way Deflecting Pot works, you have to target the actual SWAT. Top is being played again, and now drawing a card. Says it's been top hitting the battlefield. Top is being activated, so look at the top 3. If anyone had a Force of Vigor here, that'd be a really big blowout. Unfortunately, Omniscience is definitely one of those cards that it's not just... I mean, it's an amazing card, obviously, and getting it for free is pretty great, but it's not a turn spell, and it's not an extra combat spell. So, because of that, KQBJ does not just win here. It's one of those interesting sort of things about Narset. Like, you have to build the deck in a way that makes it so that your hits are all gas, but at the same time, like, it can't just all be counterspells to get you there, right? It's a weird sort of paradigm. One of the reasons the deck has unfortunately fallen out of favor as of late. Riled up white kid and said that the Gemstone Caverns and Multa 5 was not exactly where they wanted to be. Wow, KQBJ is just passing the turn. This is Godo's chance. What a strange game. Yes, yeah, Magorian SWAT will go away. That's why I was saying the bird actually is not there. Because Deflecting SWAT doesn't make Swansong target Swansong. It makes Swansong target Deflecting SWAT, which by the time Deflecting SWAT resolves, Swansong has no valid target and therefore fizzles. So, I know Anna was listening to this earlier, but no bird. Get probe. Yep, drawing off the Mystic Remora because Mystic Remora is not being paid for. Just so chat knows, this will probably be the last game I cover for today. I have a meeting about the Nexus Super League a little bit later today, and I want to make sure I am prepared and ready to help my team out. So, but hopefully this last game is very interesting. I mean, it's already been pretty spicy so far. Riled Up White Kid in chat says, okay, so we aren't just straight up dead, which is good. I mean, I figured a Timna Thrasios mid-range deck with 10 cards in hand had to have at least something. Does not seem Riled Up White Kid has drawn from Gataxian Probe just yet. Oh, no, just did. Okay. I don't know if Riled Up White Kid is passing. No, they haven't passed their turn yet. It seems the players are trying to talk right now, but one of them doesn't have a microphone, so the communication is going a little slow. Riled Rather Boi Kid is still left with only a single card in hand, but the ability to activate Sisay to get a 1-drop, if I am not mistaken. So your library for legendary permanents convert mana cost less than Sisay's power. So yeah, CMC 1 or less. I do not know if that does a thing. Alright. Anomalous upkeep, paying for the Mystic Remora. Makes sense. That's a pretty good card in the face of an Narset. Nurturing Peatland? Crypt seems pretty good. I'm very surprised Anomalous Switch doesn't have the win here, to be honest, with that many cards in hand. But, you know, sometimes the deck doesn't realistically carpet. Nice. Which gives... the Rattle Boi Kid has 3 islands, so that's pretty wild there. Go in a second main. 3 green mana. Nice. Oh, so actually triple blue being added. Assassin's Trophy, targeting Omniscience. Swan Song, which does proc the Mystic Remora. Anomalous seems to be not remembering their Mystic Remora trigger here. KQBJ is also Hellbent, so that's pretty good. Omniscience in hand is really great. KQBJ is activating Sensei's Divining Top in response. Almost didn't draw there, though, which is not good, missing that Remora trigger. Still has time to recognize the trigger since everything is still in the stack, but... Chain of Vapor resolves. One of the players is claiming to have responses. I'm not sure which one. The draw is now recognized. There we go. They got it. So Anomalous gets a... Okay, there we go. Swansong cannot target itself. I do not know why players keep insisting that it can. That's happening in game, but it's fine. Alright, the blue mana is fizzling, and we're going to KQBJ's turn. Let's see if Narset just gets the rips. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana on KQBJ's side. So, drawing their card for turn. Top is being activated, which is really nice with the fetch land there, because being able to clear that with Narset's pretty cool. Remora is still in the field, definitely is a factor. Riley Boi Kid says that Anomalous has a blue sorcery in their hand and that should have been cast. I'm very curious as to what that is. Interesting. Sensei's top is being put on top of the library. Oh, no, it is activating again after the shuffle to see if that any of the cards can be mixed around. Interesting. Why did... Oh, he tapped top to draw the card. I see. Narset smacking in. Wow. Okay. Nexus of Fate, Jace the Mind Sculptor, and Sensei's top. Some pretty okay targets there. Oh, in response to going to blockers, Nexus of Fate is being cast. And now gets to draw a card. Almost gets to draw a card. No, don't miss it. Thanks to those in chat still sticking around and enjoying this. It's a pretty spicy game so far. So, Nexus of Fate has resolved. And is shuffled into the library. The bird is used as a blocker. Jace the Mind Sculptor is being cast second main phase, and I think we are getting a Remora trigger here. Jace the Mind Sculptor coming down. Pretty good when you're trying to put all your dumb spells on top of your library. No responses from Anna, and I assume top is coming back down because you don't want to lose that forever, but you never know. And the trigger can be paid for, which is pretty nice, but obviously I think with the Sensei's top earlier draw, it seems like maybe that was something that should have been there. I think that Omniscience is probably going right back on top of the library. Jace being activated to use the Brainstorm ability. As I said, I have a feeling I know where that Omniscience in hand is going to end up. Oh, the Brainstorm ability to resolve. We have some tapping and untapping here. Top being recast. Not recognizing the trigger. And 5 mana being... Oh, Grand Arbiter Augustin the Fourth. Yikes. That is a crippling card right now. I wonder what card Riled Up White Kid could possibly get here. KGBQ is untapping and giving the turn to themselves. Thus is the power of turns. top is being activated right now to stack top cards of the library. I mean, I assume Omniscience is there, but alright, we're going right to combat. Narset is taking Anno to a little place I like to call Beat Street. Soul Ring Omniscience could be, to be honest, a lot worse. Anno is just taking the damage, it seems. Yep, then we're going to go to the second main, and I feel like we are seeing an Omniscience cast. Interesting. Players talking about the mana crypt trigger was missed, but they rolled for it and he's safe again. Soul Ring coming down. There we go. Remembering this draw trigger, which is nice. Oh, but it is being paid for. Wow. And here comes Omniscience. Another draw trigger being paid for. Oof. That's all I have to say is oof. Yeah, Omniscience coming down is a pretty big game here. I think we are brainstorming with Jace. I believe that's what was just said. Oh, drew an extra card on accident. There we go. Cockatrice seemed to have a strong reaction to there. Yeah, I don't really know what Dockside does right now. According to KQBJ, Dockside to pay for Fish Trigger. Well, the cards were actually not put back from the brainstorm, so that is happening right now. All right. I don't think anyone's reacting to Dockside. Very curious as to what Riled Up could get for 1 or 0 mana coming up here. I don't think anything that really counts, unfortunately. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 for Dockside. Once again, according to KQJ, that is to pay for... Oh, wow, that's really destroying the screen. It is to pay for a fish. Time Warp. Yikes. I think it is Azural's priority. So Fish Trigger is resolving. The treasures are being used to pay for the Fish Trigger. Thank goodness that those treasures are off the field, because that was a lot. I don't know which player is speaking right now, but someone is holding priority. I believe we have responses. Players discussing what the out is here. Not looking great. But there's no loop established, so... Azurill is cracking for 4 mana. What could possibly... Oh, hard cast, deflecting swat. Targeting time warp. Well, counterspell in response. And I don't think he can pay for a second fish trigger. So I think Anomalous is drawing 2 cards here. Let's see if Anomalous has anything here. To be clear, in case anyone is missing the interaction here, the deflecting spot did cost 1 more because of Grand Arbiter, which is why the Crystal Vein was sacked and not just tapped. Anomalous is passing priority. Time Warp back on the stack. So one interesting part about this deck is that the wins are not clean, I would say. It definitely has times like this where it's a little rough. Passing to themselves. This is it's definitely not clean, but it's getting there. Yeah. Activating top again after the draw for turn. Come on, Narset, you can do it. Finish everybody off. Narset's going in. Let's see what the flips are. Curse Totem, REB, and Delay. This is what I was talking about before. Although, I think we are going to see a Red Elemental Blast targeting Mystic Remora, which, Oh, that was a different player who targeted the REB. Yeah. I was a little confused there for a second. That was very funny. All right, it looks like just noting the commander damage on for Narset. Curse Totem being cast. I'm very surprised Red Elemental Bass is not cast before fish here. Just feels like it would be nice to not have to worry about that anymore. Sequencing here is a little confusing for me, but Sisay finally being activated here by Riled Up by Kid. I'm very interested to see what could possibly be gotten here to interact. Oath of Nissa. Okay. Not, I think, particularly helpful at the current moment, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Putting a land in hand. Okay. Curse Totem back on the stack. Curse Totem is resolving. Jace 0 ability, Brainstorm ability being activated at the moment. Probably putting something dumb back on top. still very surprised at the just lack of wanting to REB the Mystic Remora here. Just feels like it cuts all of his opponents off of answers. I'm just a little surprised by that. Just feels like one of those times if you can clinch victory, you should, you know. But we'll see. We'll see. Ah, okay. Well, that explains it. Wear tear. The wear tear makes a lot of sense because now you have double backup. Yeah, this feels pretty over. So Mana Crypt being gone means that turn effects are back online as far as a win con is concerned because there's no damage being constantly done. Taxian Probe looking at Anomalous's hand. Now that everything's basically free, might as well. Anomalous revealing the hand, not to the whole table, just to KQBJ. Makes sense. I don't know how they're getting out of this one, though. All the cards are going to exile. Turn's counter is down to 0. I think we are going to... yeah, I think we're just going over to Azural's turn, which is not where I thought that was gonna end. It seems like a pretty hard whiff there, which is crazy with Jace and top, but I guess no way to shuffle really makes it tough. Now, not to forget that there is still Grand Arbiter on the battlefield. Azural passing the turn right away, going to the cleanup step. Sisay pretty locked down under this cursed totem. Round the White Kid untapping. Sisay unable to be activated, down to only 3 cards in hand. Not a great place. I'm just surprised these players have another turn. Riled up White Kid, heavy sigh, saying ready to concede. So it's not looking like a relevant draw was achieved on that end. Playing Verdant Catacombs for turn. Seeing a Mox Diamond for 1. Discarding a Taiga. Okay. Let's, I mean, 1 card in KQBJ's hand. Technically speaking, Anomalous could just steal this game. Looks like all 3 mana being made green in the first main phase. Oh, 3 black. Gotcha. Okay, Dark Confidant, not exactly what I expect to see on the winning turn. Unless it's followed by a tutor here. Two-mana Ponder coming down. Not a great spot. I'm actually surprised Ponder didn't come first. Probably would allow for an answer to be dug for. Library getting shuffled. One nice thing about Cockatrice is that you can just shuffle your library with one click of a button. As opposed to, you know, the old-fashioned way of moving your cardboard up and down. Anomalous, trying to find answers here. Two mana? Ponders should be in the graveyard, but figure that out eventually. Two mana Llanowar Elves. Not what you hope for at a time like this. Rough. Rough. Looks like that opportunity and the 11 cards in hand was not enough. To be fair, the deck is more of a mid-range deck than a Turbo Console deck, so it does make sense. Looks like Divining Top Upkeep trigger. Still 3 mana up for Anomalous on their for responses. Priorities being cleanup step first. Players are just reminding Anomalous that 8 cards in hand. Supposedly land was just discarded, but seems Cockatrice is taking a second to update. Sometimes Cockatrice can be a little slow, so just gonna. There we go. All right, everything's. Everyone did a little tapping, untapping to try and kick it back into gear. All right. Drawing a card, not bad. Combat looks like Anomalous is being swung at. Talisman time stretch. Ugh, gross. All right. Oh, in the middle of the resolution, Cockatrice has frozen. There we go. This is not looking good. Time stretch is a sorcery though, so I don't know if we've. Oh, the birds was blocked. The birds did block. Sorry, the Narset. Players discussing the removal options. Some saying without Grand Arbiter they could interact, but not right now. So it looks like time is being stretched out. One of the players suggesting Thalia, although Omniscience and Grand Arbiter make it so that I think the tax is negated on non-red spells, so it doesn't really stop anything. Oof. Tough position for everyone else at the table. 2 turns to go. To be honest, I probably would have conceded at this point, but I guess it's a mock tournament setting, so you want to. Yeah, we know the game's having a bit of lag issues, but Mox Diamond being cast, Felwar Stone being cast. I assume the Talisman is being cast as well. Things are not looking good for everyone who is not playing Narset. I'm curious if there is a hard outlet for Narset to just say, this is my combo and I win. I have not seen that yet. It seems like more of a soft lock. We are having the Senses Divining Top activate. Surprised Jace isn't fate sealing people at this point. But also, you know, the Brainstorm ability is generating card advantage. I believe that was forgotten last turn too, which, you know, could come up. Dispel's going to exile. Zeroing Jace is happening right now. Narset once again swinging at Anomalous. Windfall, Flusterstorm, Dak, Faden. I don't think you cast the Windfall here. It just seems like it would be rough. Is Anomalous going to take this damage here from Narset? Blocking with the Llanowar Elves. Nice. So it seems that's what most of those creatures were for last turn. Dak Faden being cast. Probably going to steal one of the Moxen on the field. Chandra, Torch of Defiance coming down. Interesting. Say small, seems like a small Super Friends theme coming in. Chandra being ticked up to exile a card. Split Delta. Each opponent takes 2 damage here. Bunch of counter spells and a Windfall here. It's not another turn. Yeah, as I said, there's like, it's not a hard outlet I'm seeing here, so it's tough. This game's been over for like 20 minutes, and they still have a half an hour to go before time. So, a little note for those in chat: if you're going to a big tournament, I don't suggest bringing a list like this, just for the reason that you do tend to run into time issues, unfortunately, which is not great. The opponents are sadly proclaiming that Windfall should have been cast. Obviously not great. I hear the word finally from KQBJ, so I assume some sort of lock has presented itself. Personal tutor being cast, I see. I assume Enter the Infinite is being hit off of Narset at this point. And waiting for an anomalous response. Anomalous saying no responses. Players asking about GGs. They are asking just to reveal Enter the Infinite, and they are willing to concede after that. Enter the Infinite, there it is. Nexus of Fate there to complete the infinite turn loop, and explaining some of the ways that, even without Narset, you can win, including like Chandra taking up, Jace bouncing all permanents, things like that. All right, that is perfectly timed. That is a good game. I was hoping to wrap this stream up around 4 o'clock, and lo and behold, that is what time it is. So thank you so much for everyone who has joined us. For those of you that were here this whole time, or a large portion of it, thank you a lot. Big thanks to Jim Wolfie and the rest of the r/cEDH gang for putting the tournament together. For those of you excited to see how I do next week, or how the tournament plays out in general, I will keep you all updated. We are really close to that 1,000 subscriber mark, so especially those of you who don't normally frequent the channel, please subscribe, because we are going to have a huge celebration when that happens, and it's going to be really awesome. So thank you everyone for your time. It's greatly appreciated, and I hope you have an amazing day. Thanks. Bye.